ahead and call this meeting to order. Can I have Madam City Clerk roll call, please?
Mayor Tui?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lane? Here. Councilmember Herford?
Here.
Councilmember Sanderson? Here. Councilmember Sykes?
Here. Okay, we're here today to reconvene the City Council meeting. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Steve Herford. Steve?
Please rise. Please join with me in our pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The record should reflect that the City Council did hold a special meeting to consider the items as listed on the notice of special meeting, and this is my report out from the closed session. With regard to the first item, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the record should reflect that all members of the City Council are present for this item. There was a report provided by staff, however, no final action was taken on this item. Nothing further to report. With regard to item number 2, conference with legal counsel existing litigation concerning the case of Community Redevelopment Association versus Moda Santos, the record should reflect there was a report provided by staff on the legal consequences of this case, significant legal consequences on the CDC and related financial impacts on the city, and related issues associated with the legislation. This case dealt with AB 26X and 27X. There was a report provided on those issues by legal counsel and by staff. No final action was taken on this item, and I have nothing further to report. That concludes my report out from closed session.
Okay. Public comments on the agenda. Mr. City Attorney, can you explain the rules of the special meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight's meeting is not a regular meeting, it's a special meeting, and so therefore, under the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3, for a special meeting, public comment is limited to only matters as listed on the agenda. So matters that are not listed on the agenda will not be appropriate for public comment tonight. Those other matters that are not on the agenda may be addressed at a subsequent regular City Council meeting. I also note for the record that there is a public hearing item which probably a lot of the audience present here is intending to speak on, and so it would be appropriate to consider those public comments when the public hearing is open so that your comments are part of the formal record on that item. And those are the general ground rules for public comments tonight.
And our concern with that, just so we start off with Jenny Leonard, I just need to find out whether you're, I don't know who it is here, but whether they're supporting or opposed, because they have sound wall on the agenda, and that's not a legal item to speak about. So if you're commenting on the CGM project, we need to know that, and whether you're for, against, or neutral. I'm not sure who that person is in the audience. If you could.
I was referring to the sound wall. We've been promised a sound wall north of the freeway since 1958.
That item for this particular hearing, it's not appropriate. It's against state law to consider it. It is being, we had a meeting here last week, so you know on that there is sound walls being put back, and staff, if Chris Freeland can give her on both sides. Okay, and he can address that and give you a card at the appropriate time. Thank you very much. Okay, we have 2 items to start off with. Speaking on the agenda for redevelopment for the consent calendar item. Is there anyone wishing to pull redevelopment from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's appropriate that we have the city manager do a brief staff report on item 1, the designation of the city as a successor agency.
And then open it up for oral communications for that item. There's only 2 speakers there. Everyone else is for the others. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As what's before you today is a result of a recent Supreme Court decision that took effect of December of 2011, December 29th to be exact, where the Supreme Court had ruled on the elimination and dissolution of redevelopment agencies statewide. What we're bringing tonight before you is the a request to have the agency adopt the city adopt a resolution where you would create a successor agency which would have the responsibilities of winding down the agency's debts and obligations. You would be charged with the with the sale of assets, paying off existing indebtedness, completing all the performance and contractual obligations that are currently exist for the agency. You would also be required to deal with the various obligations and tax increment and meeting with the oversight committee that would be created by the county with different appointments that will have to occur thereafter. We think it's in the best interest to create this successor agency so that the city remains in control of the remaining assets of the redevelopment agency until we were able to meet with the oversight committee and decide how the assets will be dispensed. This particular legislation has tremendous impacts on the city as a result of losing the cash flow of the agency. As we've just reported to the council, we have the potential to lose various contractual obligations between the city and the agency to the tune of about $21.5 million. That has been a critical part of the cash flow of the city. It is a tremendous impact to the organization as a whole. That represents about $2.7 million in annual cash flow to the city. That represents almost 20% of our cash flow for the general fund. Our potential loss of the Community Facilities District sales tax reimbursement agreements. These are agreements that we have between the city and the Westfield Mall, which have been paid for by the redevelopment agency. We would stand to lose about $1.2 million in annual revenues that would have to be diverted back to the city general fund to pay back those debts for parking structures and the like. We also have the potential impact of over $5.5 million as a result of administrative services that the city provides for the agency in terms of accounting and different tax reimbursement agreements, salaries, graffiti, Discover newsletter. Most of these items I'm going to come back on the 17th to provide more information to the council on the economic impacts to the city as a whole. But all in all, the impacts on the city is very significant. The state has effectively diverted the money back, is trying to divert the money back into their general fund to pay for operations of the state. My personal feeling is that it'll be very negligible benefits coming back to the city, to the different taxing entities here in the city of West Covina. And most of the money will be going back to the state to handle most of the state operational costs. We will also have impacts on the CDC's land assets. We currently own over 188 acres of land that we're going to have to deal with the liquidation of those assets as well. Unless you have specific questions, again, our recommendation is that you at least set up the successor agency so we can orderly deal with the wind down in an orderly manner.
Councilman Herford.
Thank you. I think it's important that the residents understand what the state has done to the city of West Covina. We were projecting last year to have a $3.8 million deficit, which we have a $6 million reserve. We felt that that was manageable. We've looked at our employee costs, and it looked reasonable. Now we jump to an $8.6 million deficit next year. Whether that's manageable or not with a $6 million reserve, we'll have to wait and see, but the financial impacts of what the state has done with the redevelopment agency are dire for the city of West Covina. This could lead to ballot measures for assessments or possibly county services being brought in. So I think it's important that this action tonight we take as the first step, but we also need to have a front on addressing our state legislators to possibly overturn this legislation, because this is very dire for every city in the state of California, and not something that, as a council member of 22 years here, I've ever seen, and it really will be a drain on our city.
No problem. And this item, it has to be acted on by January 13th. That's why this was put on the agenda to consent or comply to state law. We have two speakers on this, Cookie Nance, and on deck, Joanne Wilner. Cookie? And also, if there's any other speaker cards out there, if we can get them here so we can regulate and know how this is going to go. Please don't be holding on to the speaker cards if you have them. We have close to around 80 right now, around 40 on each side, so if we can get them turned in.
I understand that reading this memorandum from the city manager that the redevelopment agency is no longer in business and that we're going to be in an $8.6 million hole here. And I just feel that at this time, I personally, my family feels, and a lot of my friends feel, that it's not a time to pick and choose the businesses and the jobs in our city. We really need the business. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel that, is there any way to get back redevelopment? Is there anything we can do as a city? Can we write anybody? Can you address this later? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on this is Joanne Wilner.
Good evening to all, and to everyone here. I wish we had at least half this many people show up at regular meetings and see what happens here, not just one item. Any rate, I'm glad to hear that our city manager, Mr. Pasmont here, has explained some of the fiscal aspects and would like to see the report that comes out on the 17th, as he said, but I wrote this beforehand. I read the staff report and I spoke with Mike Lee, and I'd like you to please explain to all of us, at least some of the other things here that are haven't been mentioned, what fiscal changes result from the assumption of the redevelopment agency regarding fees paid the council as RDC commissioners, sources of funding, its effect on the general fund of the city, the incremental property tax receipts, which I learned are greater than what the base property value gets. I had always thought was the same 14%, and now I learned incremental is 100%, so that's why there's a big loss in valuation there. And the loans between the CDC and the city, which was mentioned, and also the significance and estimated amount of fees established in ABX 126. They refer to 5% the first year and 3% each year thereafter for administration by the successor agency. As protection from the alternate of a non-West Covina agency successor under the current law, West Covina should become the successor agency as is planned right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was no other speakers on that redevelopment item. Is there any follow-up?
Well, I think we'll try to address a number of your questions on the 17th. A lot of the information, we were trying to brief the council this evening with a lot of the data, because there's a lot of litigation that's going to be occurring statewide, a lot of information that we don't have answers to, and a number of the agencies that are going to be playing a big part in the wind down of redevelopment agencies statewide don't even have working rules on how they'll implement a lot of these transactions. Things as simple as the 5% of fees and rolling down to 3%, as you mentioned. We don't even know 5% of what number they're going to be using, so there's no detail in the legislation as well. So there's probably a lot more questions than we're going to have answers for, which is one of the concerns that we have. We know there's legislation that is pending right now in Sacramento to extend the February 1st deadline date, so that there is some time for the state to at least look at how they're going to implement this. And there's just a lot of unanswered questions right now.
Thank you. Is there any other questions council has, or does someone have a motion to appoint the city?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Our city attorney, Scott Nichols.
Yeah, there was a question as to, what can be done to reinstate redevelopment. And the biggest answer to that is that the California Supreme Court has said that the life of the redevelopment agencies is in the hands of the legislature. So write your state senator and state representatives often and often and often, and tell them to reinstate redevelopment. It's a tremendous adverse impact on your city. So write and write often.
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think what you'll find on the 17th when we report back to council is the implications this has to the general fund of the city, because, as you know, 80% of the general fund is public safety costs. And a lot of these costs do tie in, dovetail very closely with those expenses. So on the 17th, I think you'll have a lot more information on that.
And just so the public knows, separate from the successor agency, which if we vote tonight for the city, the oversight committee will be made up of people that none of them may live in West Covina under the way the ruling is. They'll make decisions on how to sell your assets in your city, dispose of them without potentially no one being a member from the city of West Covina, the way the legislation is crafted. The Community College District appoints one, the County of Los Angeles appoints one, the City Council appoints one. One member comes from the most affected employee group that worked in redevelopment, and I forgot the other ones, but none of them may be West Covina residents at all that are making these decisions, which actually oversee the successor agency. So there's two layers of government that will be created here. Was there any other comments? Do we have a motion on the redevelopment?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? 5-0. We drop down to the public hearing. I want to emphasize one more time that you can only speak to this item on the agenda, on only this item. That's the only thing legal under our purview under state law. There are currently approximately 80 speakers, which is approximately, if everyone takes 5 minutes, 6.5 hours to 7 hours of testimony. So we can all, it's your pleasure to do what you wish, but the speakers are, and I know Brad and Nancy, our former mayors, are here, and they remember the McDonald's meeting went to like 2 or 3 days on Barranca, so this is one of those things. Let me go ahead and start with the public hearing. This matter set for public hearing relates to a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of property from public facilities to service and neighborhood commercial, a zone change to change the zoning from public building to service commercial in the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of precise plan 11-02, tree removal permit number 11-04, variance number 11-08, tentative track map number 71595, and the negative declaration of environmental impact. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of West Covina Parkway and Garvey Avenue South in the Civic Center. Will the city clerk verify that proper legal notice has been given?
Yes, that's verified.
And that opened up all the necessary? Okay. At this time, I shall open the public hearing on General Plan Amendment Number 11-01, Zone Change Number 11-01, and the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of precise plan Number 11-02, tree removal permit Number 11-04, variance Number 11-08, tentative track map Number 71595, and the negative declaration of environmental impact. There is also another item on the agenda, item number 3, which is related to this matter. I will therefore like to entertain a motion to bring forward item number 3 to consider both items at the same time.
Motion to move both items forward.
Moved and seconded. I don't see any hands for debate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. There will first be the presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear from the applicant, and those in favor of the proposal, then those opposed. Finally, the appellant, I should say, not the applicant, the appellant will have an opportunity to give rebuttal to any testimony received in opposition. Mr. Pasman, who presents the staff report?
We'll start with Mr. Anderson with the planning report, followed by Mr. Chung on the actual agreement itself, and he'll address the fiscal aspects of it.
Thank you.
The proposed project involves the changes to the western side of the Civic Center, and behind me is the map of the Civic Center, an aerial of the Civic Center. This is the proposed project. We have the library here, the North Library parking lot here, the South Library parking lot here, City Hall here, and the surface parking lot here, and this is the Police Department courthouse. The proposal is to construct a building and parking lot on the north side of the library, which is currently occupied by a parking lot, landscaping, and berms. The proposal also includes constructing a parking lot for the county on the south side of the library, which is currently occupied by a parking lot in the lawn area. The proposed project would not affect this lawn area that's located between the library and City Hall, where the Easter egg hunt has historically been held, or the recessed courtyard south of City Hall. This map indicates the landscape areas that are outside the project area and that will be retained. This is the lawn area. This is also an area that's sort of a buffer, would be a buffer between the surface parking lot here and the proposed parking lot here. The applicant is proposing a 4-story professional medical building. The building would be located near the intersection of West Covina Parkway and Garvey Avenue. A parking lot is proposed to the south and east of the building. The library building will remain in its current location. The proposal requires the following approvals: a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from public facilities to service and neighborhood commercial, a zone change from public building to neighborhood commercial, a precise plan for the physical development of the site, including a tree removal permit, a tentative tract map to create an approximately 28,000 square foot lot and to subdivide it into 39 office condominium units, and a variance to deviate from the city's parking requirements to allow medical uses. The applicant will be working with the County of Los Angeles to increase the size of the parking lot south of the library from 42 spaces to 129 spaces. The applicant is proposing a 55,680 square foot building. The proposed building includes 39 condominium units with 10 units on each floor except for the fourth, which has 9. The exterior of the building is cement plaster with banks of window on each floor. Circular tower entry features are proposed facing the intersection of West Covina Parkway and Garvey Avenue and facing the parking lot. The lower portion of the building would be painted brown. The top of the building would be painted white. The top of the towers and canopies would be anodized aluminum. A new driveway is proposed on Garvey between West Covina Parkway and the existing Western City Hall driveway. Access will also be allowed from the existing driveway on West Covina Parkway. A traffic study was completed which indicated the need for an additional turn lane on the westbound I-10 freeway at Pacific Avenue. The proposal is to create a new lot at the corner of West Covina Parkway and Garvey Avenue, which is this area. This is the lot that's being created, and to sell the lot to the applicant. The parking lot will be constructed by the applicant, but the city would retain ownership. The proposed building complies with office parking standards. However, the applicant is requesting approval for all the units in the building to allow medical uses. Therefore, a variance is necessary, as the municipal code requires more parking for medical uses than it does for office uses. The proposal is to construct a 218-space parking lot. The proposed project as a medical building requires 261 parking spaces. A parking survey was conducted in July of 2011 to determine the existing parking demand in the Civic Center parking lots. The survey indicated that at peak period for peak period for parking, there were always at least 148 parking spaces available. Therefore, the survey indicates that there is sufficient parking in the Civic Center to provide adequate parking should the building ever be occupied primarily by medical uses. While the project was reviewed for medical uses, other types of professional offices can occupy the building. Plans indicate the removal of 114 trees north of the library. 13 trees will be retained, primarily on the eastern side of the site, which is over in this area, and up against the building here. there are no oaks or sycamores in that area. In addition, while not under the city's jurisdiction, the applicant is working with the county to remove 19 trees to reconstruct the parking lot south of the library. A total of 133 trees would be removed to allow for the proposed project, and the applicant has submitted conceptual landscape plans that indicate a total of 150 trees that will be planted to replace those removed. The applicant has also proposed to donate an additional 50 trees to be planted at the city parks or other city properties. This plan indicates the proposed project in context with the overall Civic Center. An initial study was prepared in compliance with CEQA. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared. Based on questions raised by the applicant, staff has prepared substitute mitigation measures for categories of biological resources, transportation, and mandatory findings of significance. Attachment 1 provides detailed information on the substitute mitigation measures. The Planning Commission reviewed the project on November 22, 2011. The Commission voted 2-1 to deny the project. The commissioners that voted to deny cited concerns with parking, concerns that the project was not consistent with the original intent of the Civic Center, and that the uniqueness of the site would be lost. The commissioner in favor of the project cited that the project would generate jobs for the community, would generate revenue for the city, and that all the trees removed would be replaced. Staff is recommending approval of the project. Staff has worked diligently with the applicant to ensure that the project will be an integral part of the Civic Center in terms of circulation and function. The proposed medical and professional office uses are compatible with Civic Center uses. The project is in compliance with CEQA and in compliance with the general plan. The proposed architecture will fit into the range of architecture in the Civic Center. Attachments 20 and 21 of this staff report are letters in support and letters in opposition. The Planning Department received 14 letters in support and received 40 letters in opposition. Those are attached. In addition, we received 3 letters after the staff report was completed, which are on the dais before you tonight. Some of the information under fiscal impact section of the planning staff report is no longer correct. Community Development Commission Director Chris Chung will now provide a staff report on the fiscal aspects of the project and on the disposition and development agreement.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. First of all, before I get started, with the uncertainty of redevelopment, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? I feel like Verizon, but hello? Okay. Okay, let's try again. Now that my cadence is off. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Before I get started tonight, with the uncertainty of redevelopment, this may be one of the last presentations that I or my department may be giving the City Council. So I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure and an honor to represent the city and the City Council. With respect to the project, I'd first like to step back a bit and explain how we got here. As you know, the redevelopment agency, which is also the Community Development Commission, is charged with being the implementation tool of the general plan. The general plan, which was adopted in 1986, was developed with a comprehensive, all-inclusive input from the community, the business community, residents, and the City Council. In that general plan, it's the guiding tool of advanced planning of where the forefathers wanted the city to be in the future, and those goals have not been yet changed. So let me just cite some of the general plan goals and objectives for you, if you don't mind. First of all, under the land use element, one of the goals is to provide for a range of non-residential uses that will ensure a strong economic base for the city. And the reason why that goal is in place is that the city recognized, and the forefathers recognized, that vacant land is scarce within our city, and that revenues derived from the development of that vacant land are also scarce. And they also further recognize that in order for new revenue to come in, that they're going to need to look at redevelopment and bringing in new businesses into the city by intensifying uses. Under the commercial industrial section of the general plan, it identified two major core areas in which they wanted intense regional commercial activity. One core area is the Eastland Shopping Center, and the second core area is what they call the Central Business District, which they also state has opportunities for development that are almost unlimited. This proposed project falls within that Central Business District core. The implementation of that land use element is to commence rezoning of properties where needed to achieve the general plan zoning and consistencies. Under the economic development element is where the redevelopment agency also comes in place. The goals are to develop and expand the local economy in order to create new employment opportunities, attract new investments, and strengthen the tax base of the city. There's another goal to balance the economic development of other city goals and objectives. The general policies are to expand the opportunities for new regional commercial, office, and lodging developments designed to accommodate the corporate user. The other general policy is to preserve and enhance the character of West Covina as the headquarters city of the East San Gabriel Valley, project a corporate image, and promote West Covina as a prime development area. Now, those two general policies that I just listed are very important. For one, the forefathers envisioned West Covina to grow, and they wanted to attract corporate users. And what that means is that they wanted the city to develop Class A high-rise buildings to attract the headquartered corporations. Under regional commercial, it says that it's the economic goal of the West Covina to attract employment opportunities to West Covina to create a larger daytime population for the city. And it says the city shall identify sites within the city that are suitable for accommodating quality office and hotel development. Now, with respect to the redevelopment agency, we were charged to pursue any and all potential development opportunities within the city. In our 1994 implementation plan, this redevelopment agency identified the Civic Center as a potential office development. So the planning for a project at the Civic Center dates back to 25 years in the general plan and to 1994 in the redevelopment agency in the implementation plan. So that's how we got here today. My department has been charged with trying to intensify uses following the general plan, and that's why we've been marketing the site as we have for the past many years. Now, with regard to the proposed development, the proposed development, as you know, is a 4-story, 55,000 square foot professional office building. Within that professional office building, it has the ability to also provide for medical use, commercial retail, restaurants, or any other use that's allowed within the zoning. The project itself is not targeted solely for medical use, and I just want to be clear on that. In order to implement this project, the developer has to build a new parking lot for the county library, and we've been in discussions with the county library over many months in order to facilitate this transaction. The county of LA identified 129 parking spaces they believe is sufficient to park the county library, and there was actually a parking study done on both the county library areas. And what was discovered was that parking started filling up at 7 a.m. at 30 parking spaces. And what's significant about that is that the county library doesn't even open until 10 o'clock, and county employees start work at 8. So it was very apparent from the county of what they were telling us, and based upon the parking study that we performed, that the parking is being impacted by non-library patrons. It's being impacted by Park and Ride and other county employees, and that's why the county wanted, as part of this project, for the developer to install a gate and a parking validation system in order to deter non-library patrons from parking at that site. So with regards to the amount of parking spaces and the way that they want to operate it, that is something that the County of Los Angeles has asked us to provide for. Now, with respect to the project itself, the project is to provide 218 parking spaces for its development. That is based upon the ability as far as how much space is really available. But the main point is that this project being an office professional development, if it's just office professional by itself, it only require, I believe the number was 149 parking spaces. It's been a while. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I looked at this. But because there's a medical part of this, that's what created the extra requirements for parking. The traffic engineer also identified the fact he did a trip generation, and he's identified that the fact is that there is sufficient parking. 218 parking spaces would be sufficient to park that site. So let me just go over briefly. I know I've been kind of taking my time to go through this, but I just want to explain a lot of things. Let's talk about the development agreement. The city would be selling 28,192 square feet to the developer for $700,000. Two appraisals were conducted on this site, and both appraisals came out at a lower value than what's being offered. So what you have here is that you have a purchase offer that is higher than fair market value established by two different appraisals. So upon us selling 28,000 square feet to the developer, they would also be developing the parking lot on land that's going to be retained by the city. And what's important about that is that gives the city the ability to develop that land in the future if you so wish to. You still have control over that. The only thing that needs to be done is that you have to replace the parking in the event that you take it out. As part of the negotiations, the developer has asked for the city to provide a 6-month loan on land sale proceeds, essentially carry a note back to the developer for 6 months at a 7% interest rate, at which time, at the very end, the city would receive $719,000. The project benefits of this is as follows. First of all, in this time in the economy, it's, you don't see many projects moving forward. And luckily, we have a quality developer who has the financial wherewithal to proceed with a project like this at the site. So the city has a developer that's going to proceed with this project. She's going to create 180 permanent jobs and 114 construction jobs for the city. So what that's going to do is that's going to create more synergy for the city with people that are going to be shopping, dining, buying gas within our city. That's also going to create new revenues. The project is estimated to generate approximately $183,000 in property tax revenues, that if the redevelopment agency exists, those monies would be coming to the city, but we now estimate that only $24,000 would be coming to the city by the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. So the city would be losing quite an amount of money to the state on that. In addition to that, this project would generate $140,000 in city permit entitlement fees. And essentially you have a project here that's going to resolve another issue, which is the county library parking. That library lease is supposed to expire in 2012. At the end of 2012, the library technically will not have parking unless the city provides or renegotiates that agreement. So the county recognized the fact that we're resolving a long-term issue in the future today, because now you have a developer that's going to come in and build it for the county, and they're going to resolve that issue for the county. So this is a win-win-win for both the developer the city and the county. And I understand there's issues, that about trees, and that's a different issue all on its own. But as far as what I've been charged to do, this department's been charged to do in following the goals and objectives set up in the implementation plan and also in the general plan, that's what we have provided for your consideration here tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
No problem. First of all, beforehand, if we could please respect all speakers, because I don't want to get this into a situation where each side's disrespecting one another. Some people may find that funny, but we should show respect for all sides here. Anyone have a question on the City Council? Councilmember Herford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, received a letter saying that the library would be demolished. I want to make sure that we all understand that is not going to happen. Is there any structural changes to the library this project will cause?
No, in fact, we worked very closely with the county in order to try to phase the project where it would not impact the library. What would occur first is that the developer would develop the 129 parking space area first, and before moving on to the 100 parking spaces that are owned by the city. And I forgot to mention that, too, is that that space is owned by the city, and, so I don't think there would be any impact to the operations, and the library would remain open.
Now, with regards to the parking situation of the development, separate from the library parking, there's an agreement, I believe. Well, first off, what are the hours of the library right now?
From 10 to 8. And also, I need to clarify something, as my staff pointed out. The library lease expires in 2023, not 2012.
Okay, 10 to 8, how many days a week?
They are open, I believe, I want to say 4 days a week. I believe that they're closed.
They're closed Monday, Friday, and Sunday.
Exactly. Sorry.
Okay, and then the agreement on the development side is for if there is, during non-operational hours of the office building, library patrons are allowed to park in that project. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And also, there would be no restrictions on handicap areas. So library patrons can also park in the handicap areas. There's like 3 adjacent to, right next to the library itself.
Okay. I know we're going to get into a little bit of the history. This does go back to 1994, 95, when Jim Starberg was our city manager. We've had numerous variations. We've been to this point before. In 2007, I know I voted against the project, which was 150,000 square feet, and I believe it was a public hearing similar to this, and very few people showed up at that time. But I think that the history of the project might be nice to kind of go through and talk about what we were looking at before and where we're at now. But let's hold on to that right now. I just want to ask a question about the green area there. Can you point out where the typical Easter egg hunt is held?
Yeah, this is where hopefully everybody can hear me. This is the Easter egg hunt area here. This is City Hall, and this is the library. So if you were to go out the doors right out here, you would look at that grass area.
So the area with the trees around the perimeter of the parking lot there is a berm area, is that correct?
This area is a berm. There's 2 berms, one here and one here.
Okay, so, and looking at that, I don't know that you could hold a picnic there, but I've heard some people say it was a nice area for a picnic.
No, actually, the area is bermed. We walked it. It's pretty difficult to walk. And I also forgot to mention is that this developer has tried to save as many trees as she possibly could on the site. And what was discovered that it's all undocumented fill. So I believe that at the time that they developed the Civic Center with the parking lot, they moved the dirt over there, but they didn't really compact it or anything like that. So that's one of the reasons why we are losing some of those most of the trees out there, is because it's all undocumented fill, and the developer has to excavate all the dirt and down as much as they can, possibly down to bedrock, and recompact up there. So unfortunately, that's one of the reasons that we're losing the trees, because originally we thought we were going to try to save as many trees as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fred Sykes.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we have explained to the public, was there an open bid or was there not an open bid? Obviously, the residents, there are quite a few that feel this property is very valuable.
When you say open bid, there's not a bid process that we went through that we marketed this and said everyone bid on this. what we have done is that we have been marketing this project for years, and we've actually worked with different developers on the site. We actually had the Henry Melendez project that was actually approved, and that was a bigger development with an office development in place. And we were also discussions with Main and Main to bring in P.F. Chang's that wanted to take out some of the other areas along the parking lot area where they want to bring P.F. Chang's and also another restaurant. So it is competitive because anybody could have bid on the project, anybody could have submitted an offer on the project, but what you have today is due to this economy is that banks aren't, they're just starting to loan again. And it's been very difficult over these past years to get anybody interested in doing development within our city. We've seen a slowdown for quite some time, and it's been picking up. So to answer your question, this has been competitive. Anybody could have submitted an offer, and we have an offer in place, and I submit that for your review and consideration.
Any other questions, sir? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lane?
Yeah, can you explain I know Caltrans is going to affect that area as well with the expansion of the 10 freeway. Can you explain a little bit of that?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. As part of the Caltrans expansion, the HOV lanes, they would be taking out some of the parking lots along West Garvey Avenue, correct? And in return, they were going to be putting in sidewalks along that area. So we would be losing trees, and they would have to grade into it. And it hasn't been fully designed out, but they would have to grade into that hill and take out some trees.
Is my understanding it would, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to add that the north side of Garvey, on the south side of the freeway is actually going to widen into the existing roadway up to 5 feet in certain areas. Excuse me. And as a result of that widening, they're going to place some sidewalk that's going to be located on the south side, because as we put sidewalks from Pacific all the way to the mall, they're going to have to do some retaining walls in order to address that 5-foot wide area for the sidewalks.
Sidewalks will go all the way from the corner there all the way to the mall?
Yes, to the Crazy Horse.
Okay. I also had another question. I think Councilmember Herford touched on it. Maybe I missed it. The Civic Center, the grass area where we do the Easter egg hunt, that's not being touched, or it is?
No, that is not being touched.
So that's staying the way it is?
That is staying where it is.
Okay.
Except there might have to, it may be touched in that there may have to be an electrical line that goes through there, but it's going to be, regrassed and where you won't see anything.
So it stays green?
Yes.
Okay. I have another question. The money from this project, where would it go? Where does it go?
It goes back into the city general fund.
Okay. I guess that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? I was at the Caltrans meeting, and I'm talking to some of the engineers before. I believe they have to go approximately 15 to 20 feet inside the hillside, a lot of the berm area we're referring to be able to bring since you have to build a retaining wall, you have to go, I forgot how many feet back behind the retaining wall. And since it's unfilled dirt, they have to dig everything back and recompact it to meet, I believe, law. When will we find out the exact, irregardless of what happens here tonight, Caltrans has taken our property from us the full length of City Hall, all the way to the Crazy Horse, correct?
Regardless of whether this project occurs, Caltrans will impact that area and will take out a lot of trees.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up. Will the developer is the first one who speaks. Will CGM please come forward? And so you guys understand the process again. You will hear from the developer and people in favor, and then those opposed, and then the developer has a right to rebut those who said something in opposition. And please be respectful of everyone's time. The developer is the only one under state law, again, that doesn't have time limits. Everyone else does. Go ahead. Please be respectful.
Mayor, council members, city staff, everybody in this room, thank you for giving us this opportunity to propose the office condo project. I believe our staff already make a very clear description of our proposed project. I do not want to take too much time of everybody. However, I want to emphasize one thing is I live in West Covina for 12 years. This is my second hometown, and I raised my 3 children at this house, and they are here tonight to support Mommy's project. I love the city, and I want to do the best for the city. And we understand tree is a concern. However, Caltrans will either way will take away a lot of trees as well, and we love the trees. That's why we're gonna replace with the 200 new trees, and I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions of the developer? Seeing none, we'll go into those in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about some of these names ahead of time. If I mispronounce you, I'm very sorry, and with the utmost respect. He Wan Chin. And Hytham El Sheriff next.
Hi, my name is Hewan Chen, and I myself love to have a city with a lot of trees. However, in order for the city to grow and towards the image for tomorrow, I think this project is going to benefit many residents in West Covina, and as well as bringing more people to come to the city of West Covina. With the office condo, there will be a lot of people that will come and see their maybe doctor, their professional accountant, and I think this is a very good project for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On deck is Kevin Pang. Kevin Pang.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Hytham Al Sharif, and what I wanted to do is just speak about this project. This project, I'm a resident here in West Covina, and what the project is bringing is extra jobs for our community, jobs that we do not have right now, that will ultimately help us with our future. This project will also benefit the city by bringing, even though not as much taxes as we do hope, but still it's something that we can build on. This will allow us to build new city streets, help with our education, and this is something I'm really going for, and hopefully that we all can, take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. Kevin, and then Willie Koo is on deck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin. I come here to support this professional office complex because as a local resident, I usually have to find focused professional in the center. Usually have to go left and to right, and I'd love to see all the professional in close to the city center. Everybody can easy to access and find it. So we know all those benefit to the city. So definitely, I think this is positive for city, and also it's a good convenience new project for our residents right here. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Willie and Tony, I believe Hernandez is on deck. Tony Hernandez, is that correct?
Mayor, can you give me the name when he walks up, the last name?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name's Willie. I'm actually a real estate broker myself, handling a similar project like this. in city of Pomona, and had the chance to overview the entire project, and I totally support this project. Basically, emphasis on job creation and helping the city to generate more income. And so also having heard that CGM is going to take care of the environmental concern by adding 200 more trees, I think that's a very positive gain for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Hernandez, is that person currently here? I will put that to the side at this time. Kenneth Pang. And on deck will be Maggie Lee.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Pang, and I am from the neighboring city of Walnut. And basically, I support this project because I come here to West Covina for my medical needs, and actually my relatives too, and my family. And I think this will be a great addition to the city, you know, new medical facilities and new services and opportunities. And it's close by the freeway, it's convenient, and I think it will help, you know, foster economical growth as well for the city. And it also benefits, obviously, neighboring residents like me. So, thank you.
Thank you. Maggie and Jade Ma next.
My name is Maggie Lee. I come here to support this project because I'm a small business owner. I like to have a brand new building in my working area. Not only good for myself, but also can bring more business to the city. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jade and Rudy Davila is next. Rudy.
Good evening. My name is Jade. My husband works for a construction company. This city redevelopment project is creating more and more jobs, not only just for the contractor, but also more opportunities in the future for medical office, retail store, and restaurant. So this will really help city of West Covina during this economic recession. Also, there will be more developers who are willing to invest in city of West Covina, and there is a demand from business to have professional office at this location. County Library will be getting a brand new parking lot for the West Covina citizens. So I really hope this project will be approved. That's for my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Rudy and Tina Sue on decks. Tina Sue.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Rudy. I'm a former resident of West Covina. I have family that lives in West Covina still. My 10-year-old son was born in West Covina, so I have ties to this area and an interest. But I also have an interest in the city growing. I think it's very important that we all consider the number of jobs that can grow from this development. Every time there's a building going up, someone's got to maintain, someone's got to cut the lawn, someone's got to work inside the office building. So it means plenty of jobs for the diverse people of the city. Not only the taxes that can be generated from it. Now, one can look at the trees and be upset about the number of trees. Yeah, they're going to be removed by Caltrans anyway. But I think when you consider that you're going to replace the trees with even more trees, and the amount of taxes one can generate from this, well, the way I like to look at it is if you're going to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs. And in this case here, we're going to have more trees than we started with. Plus, we're going to have generated some income for the city. So I think it's a plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina and Sherry Vernon, I believe, on deck.
Good evening. My name is Tina Sue, and I am a resident and a homeowner in the city of West Covina. And I concur with some of the points that the previous speaker mentioned, aside from the revenue and the cash flow that comes into the city. Not to mention, we mentioned it's the project will be. I heard that it was. It includes retail outlets as well as a medical office facility. I think that it will attract more people into the city. As a homeowner, I want the city to be more visible out there. I mean, I previously moved into West Covina, but before that, West Covina was not one of the, I'm sorry, but it wasn't a city that I think that if we have more development in the city, it will bring attention to other people, more visitors, more homeowners, more people to the city. Some mention that, proponents say that, oh, well, we're removing trees, but I think with the new office, it will beautify the city even more. You mentioned, an individual mentioned that 100-something trees will be removed, but the developer said that she will replant more trees. And not only that, I think that it's not just replanting the trees, but I'm sure this development will also beautify the city with other cosmetic around the proximity of the building. I think those are just the points. And, as a homeowner, I want more development in the city. I think that will boost home value. So I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry and Ronald Sue, next on deck.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Vernon. As a business owner, my family actually owned a company called Susie's Deals, and we were business owners in the city of West Covina for many years, and my family actually grew up in the city of West Covina since they were young kids. I really think this would benefit the community as a business owner and a former resident. I've been fortunate enough to see a project similar to this in the city of Diamond Bar, where I currently live. And at first I was skeptical, but I've seen the project from beginning to end, and it's done nothing but benefit the community. And you know what? It's going to continue to give back with the people with the new jobs, with people being there and, having to work in the facility. I'm probably going to change my doctor to one of the, doctors in the facility rather than having to go to Whittier or somewhere else. And, I really think this is going to be a positive project for the city of West Covina. CGM is a Class A developer. I couldn't ask for anyone better. Everything she does is 100%, and she works with the cities. She's not afraid to change things to make it work. I wouldn't ask for anyone better but CGM, and you guys are really fortunate to be doing a project with them. And from looking at all the drawings, it's going to be a beautiful project. And that's all I have to say today, but I hope you guys side with CGM, and I hope that you guys beautify your city even more than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. And Nick Sun on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am up for this project mainly because of the many reasons that stated before: economic development. They are replacing the trees that are being taken away, and it increases the usage of land. I think as a student trying to go into the healthcare field, I feel that the medical field or the medical offices in the future is going to be a perfect, well, not a perfect thing, but like it's in economy today, as we're moving towards a service economy, I feel that medical offices are a way to going towards a more stable economy and economic development, instead of maybe say as while there are restaurants in the condo, I believe that some of the focus into medical offices will help create more stable and long-term jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick and Tony Trang.
Good evening.
Sorry about any last names mispronunciations ahead of time. I'm very sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, city staff, and everyone here. I'm been a resident and owner of West Covina for many years. I'm very happy, truly happy with my experience here. I would like to see the city continues to move forward. That is why I'm here to show my support this project and at the West Covina City Center. I'm fully support this project. I hope the city will make a right decision to approve this project to revitalize the city center and create more jobs, increase city revenues, especially in these tough economic times. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony and Chong Lam Ma on deck.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Tony Choi. I a resident in
in West Covina since 1988. And I like to see the West Covinas grow, and I think this is a project going to create, more job for the city and revenue for city. So I'd like to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Lillian Lee on deck.
Hi, my name is Chong Lam. I have been living in this area for about 5 years. As a resident, I really support this project because I believe it will create more job opportunities to our communities, and also this project also increase the tax revenue for the city as well. Personally, I really like the design of this project. It looks very modern. I really want something new in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Lillian Lee and Kelly Liu next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lilian Lee. I moved to West Covina about 3 years ago, and the main reason I moved to here is because it's very close to where I work. Because I hate commuting, between work and my home, especially, how bad the traffic in Los Angeles is. So I'm so happy, this is a perfect place. And actually, the longer I live here, the more I love this place because it's so convenient to me. However, I found that, there are something missing. For example, like if I need to go to see my dentist, I need to see my primary physicians, and, I have to drive all the way to the other city, and which is not very convenient to me, especially like for lots of my doctors, they don't open on Saturdays, so I have to go during the weekdays. And for my work, it's really hard for me to take the days off. So if I can have, some like medical buildings or some, like a professional offices somewhere in West Covina, actually, it's really, really convenient to me. So I would love to, have everyone to think about it. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Kelly Liu and Alan Bionis.
Hi, my name is Kelly Liu. I'm here to support this project. I just bought a condo last year in May and become the new residents in West Covina. I believe that the planned office project will make a positive contribution to the neighborhood and should contribute to creating a vibrant city. The project will stimulate the job market in our economy and also will provide more favorable services to city residents. Our community will have a convenient location for getting a variety of health and medical-related offices for treatment. By approving this office project, the city is taking a great step in providing our community a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan and Henry Tang on deck. And can I have you come back, Sue Rush, for a minute?
Good evening,
Thank you, Alan.
Mayor, council members. My name is Alan Boynes. I work for a business that is considering office space in the proposed building and wants to be part of the economic expansion of West Covina. My company wants to see this building built, and they've asked me to speak about the benefits of the project. I am aware of comments that were made at the Planning Commission, and am very sympathetic to those who have an emotional attachment to the trees at the Civic Center. I'm not here to discredit those very real feelings. And if you bear with me, I believe it's an unfair depiction that this is a fight between the better advocate of trees and uncaring developers intent on building what some have called a concrete jungle. This is simply untrue and unfair. The developer, as she has mentioned, has lived here more than 12 years and shares the value of what has become a vibrant business community. Developers have chosen West Covina as an ideal city to build and have for more than half a century. And the community has come to benefit from the legacy of that development. Let's face it, how many who live and work in West Covina don't spend time in buildings or freeways that sit on land that had once been walnut groves or walnut farms or orange groves? West Covina long ago traded the farm for the future. According to West Covina's own website, West Covina boasts one of the San Gabriel Valley's top concentrations of households with an average family household income in excess of $85,000, median home prices in excess of an average of $530,000 or in excess of. And would this be possible without the kind of development that the city has had historically? So everything is a trade-off. It must be pointed out that emotional attachment is not the sole province of those who want to maintain these trees. This project will not be a faceless concrete edifice, and it is being portrayed by some. Behind the walls will be real people with real families working and earning a living, feeding their families, paying their mortgages, shopping, and paying their taxes here. Consider this. For every tree removed, 2 or more people will have jobs who otherwise may not. New businesses from outside West Covina are promised for the new building, creating incremental economic stimulation to the local economy. And it is likely that thousands of people, mainly living and working in West Covina, will benefit from the medical and professional services at the new building. Now, I have heard that some say they don't object to the proposed building per se, but the location of it. But it is precisely because of the location that it is a benefit to the community. Patrons of community services at the Civic Center and library especially stand to benefit from the new building because of its easy access and walking distance to the from the Civic Center and library. Furthermore, the developer has promised more new trees in a professionally landscaped setting so that this new building will live in harmony with nature and the surrounding environment. But I understand that some don't like smaller planned trees replacing mature trees that exist now. But the good news is trees grow. The new growth trees of today will be the old growth trees of tomorrow. And hear this, jobs don't grow on trees. Unlike trees, economies need stimulation, money, and development to grow. This, after all, is the toughest economy in our lifetime. The fact that a developer has chosen to invest millions of dollars in this community at this time should give West Covina comfort in knowing that those who can provide jobs and a good way of life have come to West Covina. How many communities throughout America are dying on the vine because developers stopped coming? So on balance, this project will help stimulate the local economy, provide convenient needs. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, you need to wrap up.
And I appreciate support.
Thank you very much. Henry and Manuel Reese next.
Hello, everyone. After hear the gentleman say, I don't feel that I need to say anything anymore. But I just want to let everybody know I just bought my house a couple blocks away a couple years ago. The reason why I'm choosing here is because I love the city. It's quiet, nice, and very friendly. But I think everybody agree with me. We need to do something more to make the city more alive. Just example, the Westfield Shopping Center, a couple years ago, I won't go there because it's very old, because it's boring there, and nothing I wanted there. But right now, everybody going there. Look at the Black Friday, crazy there. But that's exactly this project is doing. Or maybe feels like we're doing change for this community, make the city is more beautiful, more better. I think I will raise my kids here too, so I wanted the best for my kids too. So I 100% support this as a project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Manuel and Terry Lou on deck. Manuel Reese.
Good night. I'm blasted and need job for the people, and I support the project. That's it.
Thank you very much. Terry Liu and Eric Chang on deck.
Good evening. My name is Terry Liu. I support this project. They mentioned a lot of reasons. I think first, my point is that this project have a pretty good image to the city, pretty nice project. Second is the project developer has to be experienced and reputable. I know the developer for a while, and currently they have 2 projects in 2 different cities. It's already completed and also fully occupied. And the other one almost complete. And I was told that project in Diamond Bar almost sold all. So that means their quality, their price, their experience is very reputable. So that's why I support the project. And then the third thing is I'd like to mention, 7% interest rate for the city for carry the loan, very good. I'm a banker. I hope I can charge that rate. Thank you.
Eric and Horita Natividad. Again, I'm very sorry if I have said, oh, I know who she is too. That's
Good
even worse.
evening. My name is Eric Chen. Okay, I would like to say jobs. We need job in this community, especially in this moment. I believe developer going to bring the more job in this community. So that's why I'm standing here supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. And RC Punsalang. Okay, I'm sorry again.
Juanchi Natividad, good evening. I live in Walnut, in the boundary of Walnut and West Covina, and I am for this development. I believe that public-private partnership is very important in the success of cities as well as countries, and also my husband was recently disabled, and he has doctors here in West Covina, but we go all the way to USC for other physicians, and I'm thinking, you know what, if this building goes through, then maybe some of these doctors would set up their offices in West Covina, and I don't have to travel that far. So again, the revitalization of your city is going to impact the city of Walnut as well. That's why I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jana Legaspi. Go
Good
ahead,
evening,
sir.
Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Arcel Ponsalang, and I would like to speak in support to this project. I'm a practicing interior designer, specialized in medical office and corporate offices. I have several potential clients that are actually leaning into these projects. I'm speaking in behalf of them. And currently, I'm proactively looking for my own space. And this project is really in a right location. It's in the middle of Orange County and Los Angeles. And I support for this project. I hope you will vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Via Grande on deck.
Good evening, Janina Legaspi. I've been a resident of West Covina for 21 years, and as a human resources professional, I welcome the project because it's going to bring jobs to the city. I volunteer to help or to assist professionals who are in transition, either the unemployed or the underemployed. And I've seen how families have suffered because of the lack of jobs. I work with the EDD, or I volunteer at the EDD to help these individuals, and I've actually witnessed or seen a family of 3 who lived in their car for 3 months because they've lost their jobs. Now, if we create these jobs through this project here in West Covina, then we can help these individuals. And I believe that the new normal is really the city creating jobs and revenues, because we can no longer rely on the state for the added revenues that we need for the city. So I do welcome this project to help all of the unemployed in West Covina.
Thank you. Via, and Rob Sotelo on deck. Rob?
Good evening. My name is Via Grande. I'm a homeowner and resident of West Covina for the past 17 years. I would like to speak in support of this project because we need jobs, and I believe that it would benefit the city of West Covina. And having more trees rather than cut, I know they're going to cut the trees, but they're going to put more, so it means the better opportunity for us to be seeing more trees. And it will surely benefit everybody in the city of West Covina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob and Dan Mock on deck.
Good evening. My name is Rob Sotelo. I came here in support of the project tonight. As a planning commissioner, I've already voted on it, already talked about it, about positive things that we get from this project, the jobs we get, the money we get. I realize we're not going to get the income that we were planning on getting, but it is income. And with the times that we have now and the way that we're going to have to cut staff, I hope you guys really consider this project tonight. I've been here with the staff for 20-some years as commissioner, and if we could save one job, I think it'd be the greatest thing of all. I think we'd all win. If we could save one person's job here tonight and we keep forward our city as the way we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa Laris on deck. Lisa?
Good
Go
evening,
ahead.
Mayor,
Sorry.
council members, citizens, and supporters. My name is Dan Mock, and I currently reside in Fontana. I'm here this evening to voice my support for the West Covina Parkway project. I've been involved in both commercial and residential development for the past 10 years, and I'm currently focused on improving neighborhoods by creating better homes for people to reside in through various renovation and development projects. The proposed project is a perfect midpoint between home and work, thus allowing me to decrease my carbon footprint on the environment while having pride of ownership in a Class A building. In a market where both commercial real estate and development in general is virtually dead, and an environment that includes declining real estate values, more conservative underwriting standards, and a mandate for banks to lower their real estate loan concentrations, it's no surprise that successful developers of the past cannot access the financing needs to spur new development projects. Fortunately, those with established relationships and a solid track record, such as CGM Development, to bring both its own financing and development expertise, not to mention taking on the risk of ground-up development, is virtually unheard of in today's environment. Now is the time for the citizens of West Covina to take the initiative and create positive opportunities for the benefit of its community in an environment where the competition is idle. Aside from the $700,000 land sale proceeds and the one-time permitting and development impact fees the city will generate with this project, the city will also benefit from the ongoing incremental tax revenue of $183,000 in annual property tax and potential sales tax revenues in perpetuity. This allows for better local services such as education for schools, public transportation, healthcare, police forces, fire and paramedic, social services, libraries, streets and sanitation improvements, state parks, etc. The project will not only create a significant amount of temporary construction jobs, more importantly, it will provide the opportunity for permanent professional jobs, which is much needed in a high unemployment economy. Local jobs promote local spending within the local community, thus increasing local sales tax revenues. Although the month of December had the most jobs added since 2011, the economy must add between 200 and 250,000 jobs every month to get the unemployment rate down below 8%. Job creation for communities is important, but rather the ability to sustain the jobs created is equally important. As we sustain the jobs created in the local economy, we will naturally reduce crime and poverty. The professional mix will also create a vast variety of local services for local patrons and neighboring communities, which naturally injects growth into the city. The project will incrementally add an additional 67 new trees and improving and nearly doubling the required overall softscape coverage of the development site. By encouraging new development initiatives such as identifying underutilized development opportunities and rezoning them to their highest and best use, this naturally creates improved communities, local jobs, and incremental tax revenue. Other benefits include an aesthetically appealing building with freeway visibility, making both the Civic Center and library more vibrant. not to mention the dedicated parking for library patrons, including space for both employee and public bicycle storage. As we kickstart the new year, we should look to strengthen our communities by embracing smart growth while promoting a sense of cooperation and rebuilding our local communities one neighborhood at a time. Neighborhoods, cities, and regions are awakening to the importance of sense of place and community development. They are planning for the future that recognizes the critical importance of quality of life to attracting talent, entrepreneurship, and encouraging local businesses. Competing for success means creating places where workers, entrepreneurs, and businesses want to locate, invest, and expand. A vibrant community is one where citizens can live, work, and play. A community without amenities will have a difficult time attracting and retaining talented workers and entrepreneurs or being attractive to business. The proposed professional office center use is compatible with other uses in the Civic Center and complies with all development standards within the neighborhood commercial zone. The project provides a strong economic base for the city, but more importantly, it creates the much-needed job opportunities within the local community. We should recognize successful, proven local developers such as CGM Development, having delivered measurable, positive results with a vested interest in making significant impacts within our communities. I strongly urge the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the West Covina Parkway project to City Council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jose Garcia is on deck. Lisa right now. Sorry. And Jose Garcia next.
I'll keep it short. My name is Lisa Larios. I believe the project will greatly benefit the city of West Covina in three large areas: more jobs, more services, and more revenue. So I urge your support for this project.
Thank you, Jose. And Glenn Kennedy on deck. Jose.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jose Garcia. I've been a resident of West Covina since 1977. I've seen the development that's flourished over on the, let's call it the east side, and I think it's beneficial to the city. This particular development will bring jobs. I think it's balanced the way they're doing it, and the fact that Caltrans is going to remove a bunch of the trees out of the site, I think this is a no-brainer. It brings jobs, and it's clearly a no-brainer at this point, and I recommend it, or I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Kennedy next, and Ricky Rivera on deck. Ricky Rivera. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Glenn Kennedy, West Covina. Since we got 80 speakers, I'll be brief. What it really comes down to with me is that now that we face an $8.5 million deficit and only have $6 million in the bank, I don't think it'd be a wise choice to leave $800,000 on the table. Thank you.
No problem. Ricky, and then Ashley Rivera next.
Good evening. My name is Ricky Rivera, and I'm a recent addition to the West Covina community. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the proposed project and the positive impact I feel it will have on the city as a whole. It is hard to argue the dire need for contributions that improve the current economic state of California, let alone the city of West Covina. The way I see it, the city stands to gain a great deal through the development of the proposed building, not only financially, but through the enrichment of its residents in providing more employment opportunities within the city limits. For some of us, the long-term positive effects of such a project can be hard to imagine when we don't see how it relates to us personally. But let's all think how this may affect someone in your family, say someone who's been unemployed for 2 years, or even maybe a recent college graduate like my daughter, who struggles to find work, let alone a professional career. Just imagine all the opportunities that a project like this will open up for these individuals and others throughout the city. The city also stands to gain a great deal through this development, which includes restoration of employment rates, increased tax revenue, and opening doors for new businesses, as well as existing businesses that are in need of a modern, sophisticated, centrally located space in our city. With the approval of this project, you will see that costs normally put forth by the community will be covered by the developer's financial investment into the building. Parking alone will be fully funded by the developer, providing no out-of-pocket cost to the community. Most importantly, the probability of spaces becoming vacant or abandoned is sharply minimized due to office spaces being owned as opposed to leased. This also creates a doorway for many businesses to stake permanent claim to the city of West Covina. The largest area of concern that has been voiced by the community has been that of the preservation of the current trees and environment in the proposed project site. The trees that would be removed actually pose a much larger threat than one would imagine. The likelihood of decomposition, death, and disease or infestation of the trees in question will be eliminated, and preservation will be obtained through the project's landscaping plans. A majority of the park-like area that encompasses the area around the Civic Center will remain as it is today. Currently, the city only requires an 8% allotment towards the landscaping on a proposed project. The West Covina Parkway project far exceeds these requirements and almost doubles the amount of landscaping that will be created at 15.34%. The developer intends to plant several types of plants and trees, but the vast majority that will replace the existing species of trees will be cypress trees. These trees will actually enrich the existing environment and aid in its preservation. Cypress trees have a rapid growth rate, typically around 2 feet per year or more, eventually reaching their maximum height of anywhere from 40 to 60 feet. Unlike the arbors in place now, the cypress is native to our region and also protect the surrounding area due to their shared characteristic with the Canary Island pines in the area, which will all be preserved according to the plan, and that they are the most fire resistant. In conclusion, I'd just like to thank you all for your time and consideration and allowing me to voice my support for what I feel is an enriching project for our community and a welcome prospect. I'm hopeful that the council will recommend approval of the West Covina Parkway project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Rivera and Jerry Dagrella on deck. Jerry?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Tui, council members, and everyone in attendance here tonight. Well, my name is Ashley Rivera, and I'm a recent college graduate. And tonight I'm here in Union as a fellow supporter for the proposed West Covina Parkway project. Although the proposed building has a direct correlation with my chosen career path in the medical field, my support for the approval of this project extends far beyond that. First and foremost, I need to touch base on what has been covered here mostly this evening, is the economical impact that it will have on the city. The first discussion we had earlier was on how poor the economy has become for this city. The proposed building would make a massive economical impact in a positive way. With such negative events that are endured by both our national and local economies, it's a breath of fresh air to even consider the doors that would be opened up. Job opportunities to vast areas of expertise become readily available, the real estate market would grow, additional revenue would be brought into the city, all of these which have already been touched upon this evening. And therefore, I'd like to shift my focus onto what I believe to be the true issue that's at hand here. Many of the residents are concerned with the removal of the trees. I too am for the conservation and welfare of all aspects of the environment, especially when the environment is in the city that I call home. That being said, I decided to take a deeper look into exactly what the project would be removing. I wanted to know the little details and facts that are not described or mapped out in the context of the project plan or on plain paper. I took it upon myself to research the types of trees that would be removed from the Civic Center and the parking areas, and I hope that my findings will shine a little bit of a new light on the issue at hand here. Every single one of the species of trees that would be removed from the land actually poses more of a threat than an improvement. Numbers of pests and diseases are attracted to these trees, which causes them to become unhealthy and in some cases rot and die. A large majority of the foliage in the area under discussion are also not native to the North American region. This doesn't mean that they're a rarity here, it just means that they don't have many of the capabilities of dealing with our environment. Also, it's been noted that the majority of the trees that are going to be removed are already showing signs of breakage, root upheaval, things like that. So, let's see here. That's pretty much what I wanted to touch on is, these trees are going to be removed, yes, but we're going to replace them, and it's not the number of ratio of trees that's being replaced. It's that we're replacing them to improve the environment. We're going to put trees here that are going to last, that aren't going to cause issues to other trees or, be unable to walk through like it was mentioned earlier. It's going to be more accessible to the public, and it's going to make the city much, much, much more beautiful. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry Dagrella. I'm sorry again about any assassinations on the names.
Actually, that was pretty good.
I've heard the gorilla, so that's a lot better than some of my teachers did. I'd like to say a few words about the revenue that can be generated from this project. I think that's important because, as this council touched upon earlier, the city has a very substantial budget deficit. The tax revenues, as you know, have been declining substantially over the years as a result of the recession. Yet the cost of services for the city, including for public safety, have actually increased over the years. And as a result, this city council and the ones before it have had to make tough decisions and cutting the budgets, including slashing the budgets, quite frankly, of the fire department and of the police. Just last year, it eliminated 24 full-time positions, including police and firefighters. So I ask that the City Council consider, as it ponders whether to approve this particular project, is the issue of saving the old trees of such great importance that it warrants rejecting a new source of revenue that can help us pay for the public safety programs that all of us want and so desperately need. No project is perfect, and every project, the approval, there's always a little bit of give and take. But every time that the council rejects a new revenue source, that means that there is less money in the city coffers to pay for important programs, and that means that this year and the year after that, the City Council will again be faced with tough decisions on how many more police officers will lose their jobs, how many more firefighters will lose their jobs, because the city rejected another revenue source that would have helped pay for those positions. I'd like to cite an article. I read an article in the San Gabriel Valley Tribune. It's dated October 21, 2011. In it, the author quotes city officials as saying, quote, "It will become more difficult for the city of West Covina to maintain its own fire department, which used to have 80 members and now has only 62 due to rising costs and lagging resources," unquote. That statement, when I read it in October, concerned me. If faced with a choice, I would prefer to have my own fire department than to have the trees and the brush. After all, who will be there to water down and take down the fire if that brush burns? Now, I realize some residents have a very deep affinity with the trees, but keep in mind that many of us probably wouldn't be living in the houses that we live in had a developer not cut down some trees to make way for those homes. It's all a trade-off. And bear in mind, as many have already said here today, the trees that will be removed will actually be replaced with even more trees than were there before. So as much as I understand and appreciate the views of those who simply wish to keep things the way that they are, the council has to make tough decisions on how to pay for the services that we all want, but for which there are not enough funds. And frankly, this is one of the ways for the council to raise the funds that are needed to pay for those services. And in this day and age, as has been mentioned before, with funding tight and many developers on the sidelines, there aren't many projects out there as there once were. There aren't many projects out there that offer up new jobs, new businesses, and a new source of revenue for the city of West Covina. And for that reason, and because I believe that public safety programs are more important to me than the old trees, I encourage the council to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Al Yurkish, and Thomas Hartfield on deck. Al? No problem, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, fellow residents, I've been a resident, my wife and I, of West Covina for 35 years. I came to West Covina because of the appeal of this look from the freeway. Sound walls come in, don't excite me. However, this is a beautiful building. We have a number of beautiful buildings that are vacant. One of them's right across the street, the First Financial Bank building, with Sears closing some of its stores. I wonder if Sears is going to close this one and we'll have more space in West Covina. I think this project, well, some of the financial things would be good, is better suited to a site that we currently have a building, just needs remodeling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Hartfield and Sean Hartfield after him.
I'm for this project because it's going to create jobs and money for the city of West Covina. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Hartfield and Erickson Sy.
At a time where our economy needs jobs, this project is definitely needed. The trees, like they've been saying, 133 are going to go, 200 more are going to be planted. I think that's a much better trade-off, and just jobs, I think, is a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erickson, and I used to live here in Covina for 6 years before I moved to Covina, but I still go to the 24-hour gym on that street. And I believe that, this building would make that portion of the area more beautiful, because right now it's empty and you can see anything there. And also, as a civil engineering professional, I believe that this kind of developments are built to mitigate all those negative impacts on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sion Chu and John Hartfield on deck. Zion. I will put that one to the side if I don't see anyone moving. John Hartfield. And Andy McIntyre on deck.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. Just want to say that CGM will build a quality project, and that'll create jobs, and that'll put more money in the city coffers that all the cities need these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy McIntyre and Javier Fernandez on deck. We have 5 more speakers in support, and that is it. Then we go over to those opposed.
Good evening.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Good evening, everybody. Andy McIntyre with the McIntyre Company, 1027 South. Born in West Covina, lived in West Covina. I could live anywhere, but I choose West Covina. I eat, sleep, and breathe it. I completely understand the people's affinity for the trees as they're coming into town. I always use it as kind of an example of saying that, this is the nicest town east of downtown LA, and you really know it when you get to the Civic Center and you see the beautiful landscaping and a really nice maintained street compared to all the streets that you just passed on your way out here from LA. But when I look at just a positive and a negative standpoint of this project, okay, then I'll start with the negatives. The negatives are you're going to lose a chunk of trees. It's arguable 100 because Caltrans is going to take out a chunk, 90, but there's going to be a loss of quite a few matured trees. And there's going to be the sale of deemed open space that's currently considered open space that some people consider as an asset to the community. And there's some perceived, although I don't believe there is, knowing development, there's going to be some perceived impacts to the library, although I think it's an improvement, but that's what some of the perception that's out there. And then you look at the positives of this project, what it brings to the city. I mean, for the starters, development fees right off the bat, enough development fees to pay for one employee for a year. when we're just got done talking about we're going to have to lose employees. 2, property tax, a constant, steady, increased income stream from taking on non-taxable piece of property because it's open space and getting it onto our tax roll. It's creating construction jobs. It's going to create a bunch of back office jobs for all the architects, and I mean, basically, I call this the second spot of the economy to get it going. The first is when the developer or private party walks into the city hall and starts coming up with the concept of what they want to do, but it has to happen here. You have to get approvals here in order for that project to really take off. So with this project, you get construction jobs if it gets approved here, and that's why this is so important. Second, you get, as far as jobs, you get long-term medical jobs. You're going to bring 40 doctors, maybe 60 doctors. I understand it's not all medical, but you're getting some high-quality owners of these units. And then you get their supporting staff. And every day they get off the freeway in West Covina. They might be coming from West Covina or from outside parts of Southern California, other parts of Southern California, coming here, eating lunch, eating dinner, and then if they're not from around here, they might realize, you know what, West Covina is a nice place to live. So then they're going to go up in the hills and they might buy a house, which increases property taxes. I know it's a laughable people. That's what happens. I mean, that's just normal. That's what developers are. We're dreamers, I guess, and that's kind of the concept. People, when they want to live next to where they work. I don't know why that's a crazy concept, but we got some pretty nice places to live. So when they might possibly buy an office here, they might want to buy a house. Could happen. And those people will constantly be here buying our lunch, our dinners from the mall. Seeing as though I got a shopping center 2 exits down the freeway, I have to deal with brokers from all over Southern California. We have a great dinner crowd, fantastic for dinners. We are really shy on our lunch crowd. And really top flight restaurants require a huge lunch and a huge dinner. That's why you see great restaurants located in big office centers with dense populations around for the nighttime crowds. We don't have a really big lunchtime crowd. This, and I would argue we need several more projects like this for our lunchtime crowd in order to bring in, which I've heard 1,000 times from people, because every day I wake up, what kind of restaurants are we getting? Are we going to get a Cheesecake Factory? Are we going to get a P.F. Chang's? I tell you right now, it's a pipe dream in the current setup of what we have as demographics. It just can't happen. I mean, trust me, I want it more than anybody. I live up the street. I want Trader Joe's. I want all the nice stuff. But without quality people like the inhabitants of this building, and we need more of them, it's never going to happen. And I understand if you want that sort of stuff, you got to have this. And if you don't want that sort of stuff, I understand. So then you might be against this, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. So when you just add up all the positives versus the negatives, I put people before trees. I mean, I understand. I respect trees. I just planted a $25,000 pine tree and 60 other trees. I mean, we took down some trees. You got to give the developer. I would stop short of saying she's the best developer in town, just because I'm a little biased. But her project down on Nogales is pretty nice compared to any other structure that's been put up in the last 5 years. So she's the second best developer. I've seen her product. It's fantastic. I think we should applaud somebody to want to invest that much money in town, and I'm all for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry you went over, Andy. I'm in trouble now.
I'm sorry.
Javier Fernandez.
Good evening, ladies and
Thomas
gentlemen.
O'Donnell next. I'm very sorry, Javier.
Okay. Well, I would just touch on what he was just saying. CGM's development, which we haven't really touched on, is one of the highest quality and nicest places I have ever been in. I've been to the other developments. I'm a former resident of West Covina, and I would love to be able to come back and bring my business back to here instead of commuting. And then the other thing is, can we really afford to give away 300 jobs in West Covina between the construction and the regular jobs? And if we do give those jobs away, we decide, when do you think that this opportunity will present itself again? When will a developer come in and want to put $13 million into the city to grow the city and to make all the jobs? So firmly for the project, and hopefully you guys will be too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thomas O'Donnell and Jerry Curcio on deck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. West Covina has a population of 215,000 people. Excuse me, 115,000 people. No wonder you looked up so fast. Bad case of whiplash. All right. Nonetheless, our fire departments and our police officers in this town need our support. The fact of the matter is, you look around with projects like you're suggesting today, that's the kind of steps we got to take in order to make it happen. We had a terrific Christmas over at our malls, thanks to your farsightedness and your good planning. You're making some good steps, and they're all good and positive. When you look at this new project you got coming now, it's nothing but the greatest. Excuse me, I got to adjust my eyes. As a longtime resident of West Covina, I'm a big supporter of the City Council. Decisions you've made have made West Covina one of the best cities in the state, if not the nation. I know that when I dial 911, I'm getting a response from the best public safety department personnel. That's my West Covina PD guys. All right, I know when I drive my streets, I'm safe from graffiti, from potholes. I know when I want to shop or go to our parks, I've got the best options in Los Angeles County. I believe in the decisions you council members have made to improve our city. I don't necessarily believe that this one step here is going to be a cure-all for everything, but at the rate you're going, it's going to be fascinating. Today, the state of California has threatened our great city. By taking away our economic engine, redevelopment, we must now focus on keeping West Covina's service intact. The CGM development project that provides money, jobs, and spin-off revenue to business and restaurants. If you deny this project, you send a message to the residents that you don't want new revenue and you want to cut services. I don't believe you really want that. We have a great city. This Class A office building with our improvements for the city is going to be, it's a no-brainer. It's going to be really fantastic. Thank you for your time, and good night.
Thank you. Jerry Curcio and Don Carmen is on deck. I had two speakers that weren't here when I called them before, Sion Chu and Tony Mendoza. I don't know if Tony is here. I still haven't seen, so Tony is gone. Don, or Jerry right now, then Don, then Sion.
Mayor Tui, members of the City Council. First, I'd like to thank all of you for all the great things that you do in our great city. Our city has been great for a long, long time. I have lived in West Covina my entire life. I understand why West Covina was named the most business-friendly city in the Los Angeles County. I also understand that we are the only city with our own police and fire departments that doesn't have a utility or public safety tax. To keep our city strong, we need to encourage positive business development. The only other alternative is to raise taxes. This project will generate 180 jobs, bring revenue to our city, and provide a beautiful Class A office building. It will also help our restaurants and stores because the patrons of this building will shop and eat in our city. I support this project and ask the council to approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Carmen and Tony Mendoza first. I've been told you're here.
Hillcrest Drive.
Thank you.
I'm a 57-year homeowner in West Covina. Seen a lot of projects in that time in this city, some of them pretty good, some of them not so good. I think this is one of the best ones I've seen. I think it has the potential to be a signature building for the city of West Covina for those people entering the city from the west on the 10 freeway. I think the impact that it will have on the civic center is a plus, not a minus. And I think the improvements to the parking for the library will end up being an enhancement rather than a detriment. I really urge the council to support this project and approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Tony Mendoza and Sion Chu. Hopefully I'm not messing up that name. Too bad.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a licensed architect. I've been in West Covina for many, many years now. Raised 4 children here. One of them is a 14-year vet of the United States Army, 6 combat bars, a good kid. And as I look back to as the fact that they're all going to be in their 30s pretty soon, I've been around here a while. This is a beautiful building. It segues perfectly with the mall. It's an iconic location, and it's just a bold statement for the entire community. We're new, we're fresh, and we're inviting to the professional level of involvement that West Covina, throughout my life here, has been exemplary in representing. And so I support this project as a West Covina citizen. I'm very, very proud that they look towards these things. And so, with that said, I hope that you approve the project in as timely a fashion as possible.
Thank you. Zion and Peter Davis, I'm very sorry you were in the wrong pile. We have you in the correct pile, and you're the last speaker for the people in support. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you for the chance given. My name is Sian Chu, and I'm a small business owner. I'm speaking for my personal need here tonight. Basically, I would like to purchase a office, and it makes more sense to me to purchase a Class A building, a new modern office, instead of renting a 30 or 40 years old office in an old building, because it's much more cost efficient for my business to run in a new facility. I don't need to worry over maintenance concern and a lot of regulations stuff, so I can really focus on the business. And that's why I'm here tonight, speaking for my own need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Davis is our last speaker for those in support. We will go to those in opposition, and then we have 2 neutral ones after that.
Mr. Mayor, I assume I get 20 minutes since you put me in the wrong pile. Okay.
That's not going to happen.
Darn. I'm Pete Davis. I'm a retired teacher, 43 years, and I've been in the West Covina city for 38 of those years. I'm a little upset because no one has spoken in favor of this, because according to today's Tribune, it says nobody's for it. I heard quite a few people who were for it. I read quite a few letters of people who were for it. And of the people who were against it, many of the letters were just a form letter that they signed. They're exactly the same.
Peter, if you can address the council, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's council policy. I'm sorry.
Okay. So they're exactly the same letter. So the statistics that were given before about the number of letters that came in, even a larger group than it sounds like were in favor of it in the letters. I'm obviously in for this because I'm for kids. And the future of West Covina depends on this type of thing. We have to have our police. We have to have our fire. We have to have our roads taken care of. And in order to do that, we have to find some sources of raising revenue. The trees are nice. Maybe. We heard some reasons that they're not so nice. And most of them are coming out anyway. And the new ones that are going to be coming in are better. And the young people will get to enjoy them as older trees. But more importantly, we need to have revenue now, because it's just detrimental for the young people. I noticed the people who are against it are even talking about a recall of 4 people on this board if this doesn't go, if it does go through. And that's ridiculous, too, because that costs more money out of the city. Recalls aren't free. They're very expensive. What the board has to do is make a decision based on the needs of the majority of the people, not on a few elderly people, and I'm one of them, and as far as being elderly, but we have to think of the younger people who would move into this city and come back. I want my kids back here. And they're not coming back if they don't have proper fire, proper police, or proper roads. Now, this won't solve the entire problem, but more solutions like this are going to have to be coming up. If you're going to raise $4.5 million, another $1 million towards that helps.
but we still need other projects. And what else are we going to sell? We're going to sell the parks, maybe? If we don't do something now and try and stem this, it's going to be a lot worse in the future. So I say that we go ahead with this. Some people I heard, I was here one of the first people, and I overheard a lot of people talking. They said, well, why don't we build where the old Kmart is? Because there's several buildings in there that are vacant. Those don't bring the city any money. Yeah, they'll bring them a little tax, but they don't bring the sale of the land, which is $750,000. We need that. And putting it in Kmart or putting it in, if Sears closes, won't help. We need to have this new place where they're buying the land from the city. The other thing I should point out is that only a minority of the Planning Commission voted against this, although it still passed because the majority didn't get to vote or abstained. But it was not a majority of the Planning Commission, as you kind of think when you hear the Planning Commission's against it. And the other thing, of course, is the parking. We can't forget in 2023, this is going to have to change anyway. So the parking is going to change for the better. There's going to be more parking for everyone and the handicapped, and they're going to regulate the parking to the people who belong there. And new trees, it's just a win-win-win-win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker in support. Our first speaker in opposition is Tina Mays. Tina and Bill Robinson on deck. Is Tina with us? Thank you. And Bill, I know you're around here somewhere.
Good evening. My name is Tina Mays, and I must apologize to some of the people in this room. I totally oppose this building. I actually work for Los Angeles County Department of Public Health and Environmental Health, and that is my building right there that is connected to the court, which butts up right against those cars that are going to be parking at my front door. I do not see a walkway there, but the reason why I'm opposing this is because, like people are saying, the empty lot across the street, I'm so sick of looking at that empty lot. When my employees park over there, they get towed away, so I don't understand why that is sitting vacant. I also love on my lunch break to take a walk around the foundation here because there is so much wildlife that I don't think a lot of people see. And if you start uprooting things, they're dead and gone because they're going to be pushed out into the road or the freeway. And I, for one, I have a soft heart for animal life, so that is an issue with me. I don't see that this huge monstrosity of a building is going to be a draw to the city. People come to the city because they're drawn by other things. I see it as a monster on the corner just causing destruction to property that should remain. I really oppose it. I really don't want to be looking at a parking lot when I look out my front window, or if I'm talking with my constituents. I don't want to look out there and see people parking, and I especially don't want to see somebody come through my building. Since I am the building emergency coordinator, I don't really want to coordinate my people to lay down because they're dead and I have to try to revive them from somebody coming through my glass doors. So I just really hope that you guys oppose this. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Bill Robinson and Royal Brown on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm here to protest this general plan amendment proposals. I think jobs should be created with good projects, not bad projects. And the main point of most of the people in favor is, well, it's going to create jobs. Well, that may be so, but if it doesn't work according to advertising, it ends up being a terrible project. It's still not a good thing. The last thing we need is a medical building that reduces our diminished green space. the local real estate market is a disaster. I mean, there's available office space everywhere for lease, and building this project into and putting it into the current market, it seems to like the timing is bad, and we shouldn't do it. I think if this project is needed at all, it should be located closer to the Queen of the Valley Hospital. And I've also the basis of my opposition is I don't believe that the project will pan out as advertised. The law, backed up by a recent 6-1 Supreme Court decision, has pretty much derailed redevelopment agencies, and I suppose because they're abusive and undemocratic. I don't know. That's not the issue here, but I think that's a good thing as well. If this project were approved by a vote of the people instead of a redevelopment agency, that would be a more solid justification. I think the office condo project benefits the few while chewing up valuable community open space. Everybody was talking about trees. Well, yeah, trees, but green space and community open space, I don't think West Covina has enough of, and I don't want to chew up more open space, even if it's replaced by a beautiful office building. I think the project causes general damage to the community, and it's a bad thing and a nuisance. And I propose that you provide community cable access to your council sessions, so bad ideas like this get broader coverage in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Royal Brown and Bruce Leinbach on deck. Royal.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm suffering from a cold, so excuse me. I'd like to quote from the Planning Commission action on this item. It's part of your attachments to your staff report. It's resolution number 11-5450. Now, therefore, the Planning Commission of the City of West Covina does resolve as follows. On the basis of the evidence presented, both oral and documentary, the Planning Commission, the following findings. The proposed zone change is not consistent with the general plan. It's your job to enforce the general plan. And therefore, I ask you to turn against this project and enforce your general plan. I'd like to go on to page 3 of the resolution by the Planning Commission. In addition, the removal of the existing berms will be contrary to the goals of the noise element of the general plan. One of the goals of the noise element is to reduce the maximum extent possible the impacts on noise within the city. The existing earthborne berms, dense planting, and trees are attenuating noise device to the Civic Center. I need to note that Caltrans is proposing in many cities to get a wall, and they're installing walls along the freeway. Frankly, the walls are inferior to the dense planning that we already have around our civic center. And so we have a very good plan for the civic center. On the west and north side, we have dense trees and berm. We need to keep that. This proposal before you tonight takes that away from the city's residents and allows a developer to make money off the property with no benefits to the general public of West Covina. It's for the benefits of the owners of a certain development, and that's all it benefits. So you need to recognize your job is for the majority of the citizens of West Covina, not for a special interest. So I ask you to vote down on this proposal from this developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Royal. Bruce Leinbach. If we can please not have that, I appreciate it. Everyone's been very respectful for one another. Sorry, Bruce. And Mercedes Gomez is next.
Yeah, I want to allude to one thing. I always talk about the West Covina football. We ended up 25th out of about 600 team, and Coach Mike Majori, for the second year in a row, was named Coach of the Year, and he's up for California Coach of the Year. So the good old West Covina Bulldogs are pulling ahead. I just wanted to talk about, of course, what we're here for, about the subject, the medical condos they're putting in. First of all, I'm adamantly opposed. I feel it's removing all these trees, and then we hear about the putting new trees in or whatever, but from an aesthetic standpoint, it will have a negative impact. A lot of people buy here, they come, they look at the city coming in, and they get the feel for the city, and I don't know, it just makes us going to put another office building in. Right now, there's plenty of vacant office building all around the city. I mean, there's one not sitting too far from there, it's almost completely vacant. And so we got a lot of space, and there's a lot of vacancies. Like somebody's telling me the Lakes has a lot of vacancies. Also, I'll say another thing, I want to push one shopping center. I will say this, the McIntyre Shopping Center is probably one of the nicest shopping centers I've ever seen built in this area. I think it was completed about 7, 8 months ago or 6 months ago, but also at the same time, it's almost sitting vacant. So you build a shopping center in here, there's a high vacancy factor, and we're just going to, I feel we're going to just have more vacancies, and above all, green spaces are limited, and we're going to lose it. I mean, you look at this, how many cities got green space along the city like we do? Also, I was kind of confused on this thing. The planning commissioner, or our redevelopment director stated that they made a, I don't know, they said it was 175 on the last meeting. We were going to have our property tax base increase a year, and now it's down to 25,000. So 25,000, of course, somebody said you may have some businesses in there, and maybe they add another 20,000 sales tax. But $40,000 or $50,000 or whatever is small compared to the fact you're losing this office space. So I feel it's all in our best interest that we keep this as it is. It will appeal. Now, we've heard somebody talk about recall. It's never happened in the city. But one thing that has happened in our city is a referendum. You all know where Aspen Village is. Back in the 60s, they had a zone change. The city council voted to change it to commercial shopping center. What the citizens did, they went around and got a petition, and they had a referendum signed. And it went to the voters. And what happened, the referendum was passed, and it reverted to residential. You see, Aspen Village, one of the nicest shopping centers in the area. So, only thing I'm going to say is this, those 3 people who voted for it, one did not run again, and the other 2 city councilmen who voted for the shopping center were defeated in election. And I like another point. Why are we the only city in Southern California that's selling off part of our civic center land to have a development. No other cities, I don't think Bell is, Montebello isn't. Why does West Covina have to be the only city around that's selling off part of our civic center? In the end, I urge the council, vote no on this project. We don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Mercedes Gomez and Alan Carrico on deck. Mercedes.
Good evening, Mayor Tui, council members, and fellow residents of West Covina. I am here before you today as a concerned resident. I have lived in West Covina for over 30 years and am currently an elementary school principal. I am finishing up my doctorate at USC, and I know a large influence in my success was the many hours I spent at the West Covina Library as a child. I grew up in the area of West Covina that borders La Puente and Baldwin Park, and as such, the La Puente Library was actually much closer. However, the mere beauty of the West Covina Library made it a much more appealing location. I'm not referring to the inside, which of course our library is lovely, but the many trees and grassy knoll areas are simply beautiful. To this day, I will spend hours at the library researching and writing for my PhD, and when I take my breaks to clear my head, as I also did as a child, I go outside and enjoy the greenery and quiet space. While this may seem trivial and unimportant to you all, it is of utmost importance to me because we all know our brains need breaks, and more importantly, I want to show and teach my children what a wonderful place West Covina has to study and become model citizens. I realize the actual building of the library is not currently threatened, but the congestion from this new building and the changes to the greenery will not provide the same effects. In addition, we are trying to instill in our youth a passion and reverence for nature, and what lesson do we provide when we contradict ourselves and tear nature apart to build something that we don't need? I realize trees will be replanted and new ones added, but that doesn't guarantee their survival, and it will forever change the beauty and unique landscape of West Covina. Furthermore, I've heard people refer to the triviality of concerned citizens over trees and emotional attachment, as I'm sure you can hear in my voice, as well as some fantasy that this project will guarantee jobs. I disagree with that because that is not the whole story. This isn't Field of Dreams, and the developer isn't Kevin Costner. If you build it, jobs aren't guaranteed to come. We currently have multiple empty office, medical, and retail spaces. Fill those before building new ones. Jobs can be created in existing spaces. We are not in an economy to keep spending. I realize this project has potential for revenue, but it doesn't guarantee it if the units aren't fully leased. And given our history here with the various spaces currently available or sitting empty, I don't think this is a gamble West Covina should take. Empty units do not look good for the city. I realize many in favor are thinking of the potential benefits due to the slight possibility of revenue. But again, that's not a guarantee. And we've seen many losses due to failure to fill spaces. I ask you this evening to vote against the proposed office building. Caltrans will already do damage, and we can't control that. Let's not allow a company to do that as well, and we can control. Please maintain the beauty, peacefulness, and serenity found in the areas surrounding the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes. Alan and Marcella Mangin on deck. Marcella. Go ahead, Alan.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, good evening, Mr. Mayor, and everybody. It's nice to see everybody.
Good morning shortly.
I know, boy, it has been a long day. As most of you know, I've had the honor and privilege of being on the Planning Commission for quite a few years, and this year I have the even higher privilege of being the chairperson. I was scheduled to attend the meeting when this came before us in late November, but my mother had a stroke that morning, so I was at the hospital during that meeting. I could not attend. I was, however, fully prepared for that meeting, had reviewed everything very, very carefully because I know how important this is to the city and our citizens. Having re-reviewed everything again and listened to all the comments tonight, what comes back to mind is every time one of these projects comes to us, it's a balancing act of the positives versus the negatives. That's how we do it every time, and that's our job. When I do that and look at this one again, the positives to me are far outweighed by the negatives, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. This piece of land is extremely beautiful and unique, and it has intangible qualities that simply cannot be measured by dollars and cents. It has been there for a long time. It is a beautiful piece of green space that buffers our city civic center from this freeway, which is going to get louder and bigger. Once this piece of property is gone, it is gone for good. It will never return. people saying, and I respect their position, well, we're going to put in new trees and such. That's like saying, well, I want to go to Yosemite Valley, cut down an orchard, but we'll put something else there. Don't worry, it'll be the same. Nonsense. Once it's gone for good. It will never be the same. Now, permanent reducing our green space for the sake of development is nothing more, respectfully, than a knee-jerk reaction. Knee-jerk reactions, as we all know, as we get older, are rarely successful. They're usually wrong in hindsight. That's one of the things we teach our kids, is to listen carefully, get a good education, and make a nice, well-balanced, reasoned decision. I am as pro-development as everybody on this council. I heard Andy tonight. I have voted for his project because he does a great job. We voted in favor of the new proposal where Wix is going to be. I think that's going to be fantastic. I would like to say the same for this, but on balance, I simply cannot do it. Let's look at the alleged positives. Merely getting a one-time influx of $700,000 is a short-term fix for a long-term problem that our city is facing. That one-time influx is not going to help the long-term financial problems that our city is facing over time and will continue to face. So this one influx of money isn't going to make a difference. And what was really important tonight was when we realized that this alleged massive increase of property tax income is only going to be $24,000 a year. Respectfully, $24,000 a year with our financial problems is like spitting on a hot plate and have it fizzle away and doing nothing at all. It's just going to do, it will do nothing. It won't even buy us a patrol car. All these people have been talking about, well, we need this, for our police and safety, but $24,000 a year isn't going to do a darn thing to help our police or public safety officials. This kind of a proposal for these short-term benefits is analogous to what Governor Schwarzenegger proposed to our state a few years ago, if you may recall, which was to take our public state buildings, sell them, and then lease them back. He wanted that big chunk of change to come in to try the state's deficit problems, but once it was put under some scrutiny, they realized, well, that money will go away really fast, and then we will be in debt forever paying lease on something that we used to own. It made no sense. Doing that here, taking $700,000, is not going to change our financial problems. Furthermore, the location of this building is a medical facility. Really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Most medical offices are near hospitals. We don't have a hospital here at Civic Center. We have all kinds of medical facilities and buildings over by Queen of the Valley or in Covina over by inner community. Now, whatever the developer wants to do for tenants, I would say that's up to them, but this is proposed for medical, and respectfully, I don't see that as a good fit for this place. Pragmatically, it is a beautiful building, but I don't think it belongs where we have green space that will be gone for good. There was also a lot of comments tonight about
Alan, I'll let you go to 507.
Okay, creating jobs. There was no factual support for that. In summary, the balancing of this, the positives are outweighed by the negatives. I respectfully request that you deny the project and keep West Covina beautiful.
Thank you, Alan. I wanted to make up for the previous one on the other side. If we could still get through this and not clap, I'd greatly appreciate it. So you guys can get home, everyone at a reasonable hour. Marcela and Fernando Torres is on deck. Marcela? Was Marcela here right now? I will bypass her temporarily and go straight to Fernando. And Philip Marino is on deck.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor and residents of West Covina. I'm here to oppose the decision to create this development in our city. First of all, I'd like to clarify that the trees are important to us, and yes, we do care about the trees, but this is not solely about trees. I think that the focus about trees has been taken out of context here and forgotten what we're really talking about here. The residents of West Covina love our city. We feel pride in living in this city. We want to protect and maintain that pride and that love. And removing those trees is something that is taken apart out of us when you do that. To talk about planting new trees and to changing that area is not the response for us, okay? The development, talking about development, clearly is not what the people here are opposing today. No one is saying we don't want more jobs in West Covina. No one is saying we don't want new developments in the city of West Covina. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, will agree that this would be a beneficial thing for West Covina. But make one thing clear, is that we do not want it in that area. We have plenty of places, like many people have mentioned before, in this city where that building can go, and we would welcome that. But when I welcome someone to my home and I invite them for supper, I don't expect them to go into my privacy and go into my other rooms or other parts of my home. I expect them to be at the dinner table sitting with me. And so I invite you, the developer, to please consider other areas of West Covina where you can be welcome in this city and where you can have the support of the residents of this city. And obviously, where you're thinking today is not where you're going to find that support. And I'd like to encourage the city council members to really consider that factor and to consider all the factors before a decision is made. This is a city that wants to support our council, that wants to support our mayor. We want to be 100% with you. But when choices are made based on financial reasons, when we're trying to fix things for financial reasons, that's not the answer we're looking for. And we're hoping that you really consider this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Phil and Dolores Lawrence is next. Dolores? There she is.
Can you give this to members of the city council? And then I'd like to make this members of the city council, members of the city staff, members of the audience. First of all, I'd like to address the issue of who's made statements to the city council tonight. I'd also like you to consider how many were outside of the city supporters of this project, and how many of the people here that are speaking for the project or against it are members of the city. I'm pretty sure I can get a lot of supporters for me, but the question is, do they address the issue of where they live? So my subject is West Covina is better off without a redevelopment agency. Many West Covina citizens attended a city planning commission meeting to voice their objections to a medical building being built at our civic center. As a result of the public input, the planning commission voted against the medical building being built at that location. But now the citizens must attend a city council meeting because the developer has filed an appeal. I told the planning commission, and I now address the city council. The citizens are at a disadvantage at an appeal hearing because 4 of the present city council members, Mr. Toohey, Mr. Herford, Mrs. Sanderson, and Mrs. Lane, had received money for his or her past city council election campaigns from CGM employees or their owner, Mrs. Lee. It should be noted that the only planning commissioner, Rob Sotelo, who voted for approving the medical building, received a financial contribution from the employee of CGM when he ran for the West Covina City Council. And I attached at the back of what I just addressed you with a California 460 form showing you that Rob Sotelo, the only commissioner who voted for this, received money from the developer. Now the citizens of West Covina must fight the interests of our own city council because they sit as members of a redevelopment agency. How is this possible? How can council members do what they want without informing their constituents before they make a decision that will affect the citizens that they're supposed to represent? It's possible because of the following. Our city council, sitting as a redevelopment agency, can do the following without a vote of the people. They can incur bond debt. Second of all, they can use eminent domain to benefit private interests. And number 3, they can divert scarce tax dollars from city services. This city council moved millions of dollars from the general fund to the redevelopment agency. That's what this states. They can do this because there's no public oversight. I do not know of one West Covina citizen who has any say over what the West Covina City Redevelopment Agency does. If this is not illegal, it should be. If it's not illegal, why not? On the internet, one blog states, the California Supreme Court's decision to abolish redevelopment will return our state to the rule of law with regards to local government practices. I look forward to voting for local bonds rather than the City Council issuing millions of dollars in COP. That's a certificates of purchase without a public vote. A return to the use of the competitive bid process for publicly owned properties will ensure that the public receives the money rather than the developers. The broad definition of blight for private properties in redevelopment allowed for few options to keep their properties, as the city routinely used the tool to take private properties to transfer to campaign-contributing developers. Additionally, the definition of public use specifically for roads, schools, and libraries, rather than the broader public purpose, which states it is permissible to take private properties through the use of eminent domain for the public purposes of possible increased tax dollars, is nil. Lastly, with the elimination of redevelopment agencies, we'll revive the capitalist system of competition rather than the developers plotting one city against another for subsidies, rebates, and other giveaways to developers at the expense of the taxpayer. Now that the California Supreme Court has ruled that the legislature did have the right to disband all redevelopment agencies, all West Covina redevelopment projects not yet approved should be halted. Any member of the City Council who has received any money from CGM or any of its employees for any of their City Council campaigns should recuse himself or herself when it comes to voting on the appeal filed by CGM because there appears to be a conflict of interest. The 4 City Council members who have taken money from CGM Development should recuse themselves because it is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Phil. Dolores, Lawrence, and Blaka Binzer.
You think we can take
Hold on
a break?
1 second, Dolores.
Or if it's okay, I'm going to use the restroom. I don't want to hold the proceeding up, but
Is it okay for him to?
we will need to take a couple-minute break for...
Can you get, Dolores, can you give us a 2-minute break?
Well, let her go first. Let her go first.
Oh,
Go ahead, Dolores.
Sorry.
And Blaka Binzer next. Blaka.
Thank you very much, Mr.
If you
Mayor.
make it last 5 minutes and make him have problems.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, council members, and all of the other attendees here this evening. Oh, well, my name is Dolores Lawrence, previously Mitchell. Many of you may know me by that name. I have been a member, or not a member rather, but a resident of West Covina for 44 years. I've raised my 3 sons, Ronald, Demetrius, and Adrian Mitchell, wonderful young men. And one of the reasons I believe that they turned out so good was that we had a library that was accessible to them, which they used extensively. I have always loved the library. I myself volunteer at the library and am a member of the Friends of the West Covina Library. Now, I'm here tonight because I felt that it was imperative that I lend my voice to the opposition on this particular project. It appears that everybody's talking about the jobs and everybody's talking about the trees. And of course, we all want jobs. We all want redevelopment for our city, especially because I've seen it grow so much. But my problem now is, it's where. My contention is not that we don't want a beautiful building, that we don't want all of the good stuff that would come with it, including jobs. My contention is the site itself. Now, those of us who go to churches, we have some place to go for that peace. West Covina Library supplies that, and I do not believe if we've got a building such as this one going up at that particular site, that we're going to have that same peace that we've been having. I urge the council, if they would be so kind as to vote against this agreement with CGM.
Thank you, Dolores. Blanca, if he can run, we can take a TV timeout for a minute.
I'm the only one.
Everyone's been holding it, I see. There could be a waiting line out there, I don't know.
Might as well stand up. Might as well stand and stretch, I guess. I'm having...
Chris, better than library. I didn't know who did.
Mr. Mayor, this is for you. Here's a can to the right.
I know, thank you. I'll be right with you, John. I think you might be able to do that within your speech, but I'm just not sure legally, but I understand, no, I don't. Well, I thought you guys would have when you were sworn in. I don't think Bruce should have done it either, but I understand it was done, so you can just keep it green. Unfortunately, yes. I'm not going to want to know today. I'm not going to my answer.
We want to have you in because you're alumni of Edgewood.
Okay.
We're trying to put together, there's a group that's trying to put together Edgewood High School Alumni Association.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have an open house February 25th from noon to 3.
Okay.
In essence, the homecoming, we're going to try to get the Trojan mosaic cleaned up.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I don't know if you
The
know
high school?
Yeah, I don't know if you know that. It's still there. They actually tried to remove it.
Oh, really?
So they
Okay.
got this big chunk that's taken out that we're seeing if we can get that repaired. They had to stop because it was tying the wall down.
Okay.
But it still exists. So in essence, it's a homecoming, everything else. We're going to have some speakers. We also want to have some of our famous ones come speak.
Okay,
If
yeah.
you can, if you want to get a hold of either myself.
Who's in charge? You?
I'm one of the members.
Okay.
My email is, where's my email? Let me search my email.
Hey, Timmy. Good. You gonna stick it out till the end?
That's my email, but Debbie Roberts is really helping to run some of this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Debbie. Yeah.
So we talked about, I brought up your names, that you would probably want to speak at something at this event, and probably attend.
Oh, I'll come. Yeah. Okay.
And if you wanted to hear, we still have a couple more planning stations. If you want to stop by, that's great. The next one is the 21st. It's going to be at 10 a.m.
Okay. 21st. Yeah.
Saturday.
Okay.
It's a weekend Saturday. Yeah, there's the meeting.
Oh, it's January 21st.
January
Okay.
24th is the meeting. The actual 25th will be the open house.
Okay, I'll probably just make that.
Okay.
I'll put it on my calendar.
Yeah, but get a hold of Debbie.
Okay, sounds good. All right, great.
All right.
Thanks, Lloyd.
See you later, buddy. See you later.
You too. Take care.
Guys, if we can restore order, please, so we can start again. I said in and out for everybody.
Yeah, how you doing?
If we can get restarted. If we can get restarted.
So I tried to eat before I come with this mistake. I still want to try to eat before I come with like the back.
Everyone, please, if we can get restarted. Okay. Everyone. Mario Del Fonte. Mario.
Yeah, well, they're watching all of us.
If we could please get started and show respect for our next speaker.
No.
Hello. Hello. Okay, if we can get started again, if we can please show Blanca Vinzer our respect. She's the next speaker, and Forrest Wilkins is on deck. Blanca?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Blanca Venzer, and I'm here for two reasons. This was approved by Mayor Toohey.
Can you guys hear?
Can you hear? Yes. Okay.
You have to speak more.
The first being our newly appointed councilman, Mr. Frederick Sykes. I would like to proudly introduce to you the first African-American councilman, Mr. Frederick Sykes, to serve on the West Covina City Council. The West Covina City Council was originally formed in 1923. Since then, there has not been an African-American council member. Definitely an applause. I would like to say we're very proud of you, and we know that you'll do the best for our city. And you will leave a tremendous legacy to your family. Thank you for allowing me to do that, Mayor Toohey. Secondly, I'm here opposing the project. I don't want to get into the tree situation because that's been pretty much covered, but revenue does not justify such a project. And I say that because this city is saturated with medical buildings that are already vacant. Why not renovate? I have an idea. Find another location. There are plenty of them. One other thing. The majority of people that spoke tonight in favor of this project, are they investing in this project? Are they bringing their own businesses in this project? And is there a guarantee that that building will not be vacant as so many in the city of West Covina? Council, I hope that you vote against this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blanca. Forrest Wilkins is next, and Betty Parnell is on deck. Forrest?
Good evening, City Council. Just like to comment on three people you had in a row speak, I think articulated very well. You had a West Covina school principal speak. She was very articulate. You had a planning commissioner who was very articulate, and I hope I don't blow his cover, but you had a retired deputy sheriff speak. Talked about recusing yourself, if that applies to you. And there are 460 forms, and I've been looking over a few 460 forms in the last few weeks. I've mentioned that in my previous engagements up here at the City Council. And one thing, the developer, unless she has moved, but I think she did say that she did live in West Covina for 12 years. I think her current address is in Walnut. That's kind of something mildly interesting to know. But you know, one other person said, the last person to speak about in favor for it, said talking about selling the city parks. Of course, he was jokingly when he said that, but why not? Why not we sell Cortez Park, huh? We put a big complex there, couldn't we? That's ridiculous. You know, my son is in the Army. He's back in the Washington, D.C. area. And what was it, 4 or 5 months ago, they had a earthquake back there. You know, the Washington Monument was cracked. They had to close it down because of the earthquake. Maybe we should tear that down and sell that too, huh? It's ridiculous, isn't it? And it's ridiculous that we're considering to sell public land. Some things in life are not for sale. And our property here around the Civic Center is not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. Betty, once again, if we can get through this faster, appreciate it. Betty, no, not you coming up, Betty. You're a shop officer, so I don't want to have that out there.
Yes, I am.
And
Proud of it.
William Bradstreet on deck.
Okay, yes, I'm a 43-year resident of West Covina, and so I've seen many, many changes here too, and seen a lot of orange groves go and a lot of things go, but I am against this project because I think it's not necessary. There's a lot of empty offices already that are not, could be filled, and that I don't think that we need to destroy what's already there because, like other people said, when it's gone, and then they're going to put a shrub and to take the place of a 40-foot tree just won't cut it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Betty. William Bradstreet and Giancarlo Mazzarato on deck, and since we already mentioned you earlier, you're obviously the father-in-law to that two-time back-to-back Coach of the Year, correct?
I'm not gonna say that. My name is Bob Bradstreet. I go by Bob, and this council has done, I think, a really good job, you know, on a lot of different things. But I was a banker for 40 years. I retired from banking as a senior vice president, and I've invested in a lot of commercial properties, but never a commercial property that's against the residents of the city. And I wouldn't invest in that property against the will of the city, so I'm completely opposed to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Giancarlo Mazzarato and James Tomo on deck, or Toma on deck. Giancarlo.
I had an hour speech, but now everybody took it away from me, so I had to... No.
Fred and I were both at the Caltrans meeting where you spoke for an hour, so this is 5 minutes.
Because I think my way is the only way. Hey, Doc, to be fair, that if I could be a magician for 5 minutes, I would like to tell you everything about this book.
You got to speak into the mic so everyone else can hear you.
If I could be a magician for 5 minutes, I would like to give to everybody the content of this book, Biology of Plants. In the progress as we intended all over the world is about us and everybody and nobody else. We don't care about other life like bees, birds, other environmental plants, environmental degradation, air quality. I think I said it last Saturday. I attended the landing of one of the pioneers in the space program, John Glenn, a few years ago. He landed from a space shuttle. And luckily, I heard this press conference. Among other many intelligent things, he also said, in scale with the space, our world is surrounded by a thin layer of air that we don't pay attention to it. This is one that is a concern. A PBS show 3 or 4 years ago, they dedicated a 60-minute special on bees. And they say what the bees do, the role of the bees and everything. They also say for one reason, another reason, and 3 reasons, bees are disappearing around the world. At this pace, there won't be no bees by the year 2030. A well-known scientist named Einstein said, ecology without bees will last 3 years. My daughter is going to get the master's degree in ecology in 2 years. After that, I'm going to be her first student. I'm going to run the United Nations. Very simple. Because the United Nations is needed in the world. And unfortunately, is highly corrupted. And that is against my religion. This site here, the civic center, I've been in the city council many, many times. I consider it, a landmark. Like this landmark in my village is a church that was started building 600 years ago. I call this a landmark. Nobody can mess around with it. The way it was built is still there. So I agree with everybody said. There are plenty of other places for more asphalt and more building. In the case of the city of San Francisco, I was there a few weeks ago because my son lived there. Don Edward, San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge. Volunteer and investment by volunteers as well. They are recuperating approximately 10,285 acres of tidal area and salt pond, because to invite birds and other species to live where they were. And therefore, environmental degradation is felt by a lot of people around the world, and I'm in favor of that. Like National Geographic, in about 15 years ago, they had a chapter in a magazine where they said, we spent the first 100 years to get to know the world. We will dedicate the next 100 years to save the world. So ecology and environmental degradation is something that we have to be concerned. Therefore, I oppose the remove. I was there this morning. I think it's lovely. The only problem with the trees in California, the pruning is done by mostly dinosaurs, and that's what I want to dedicate the next few meetings. I want to do something about that, like gardening. I want to help the gardener because that's my job. And if it comes to planting trees, I want to be involved. Because in California, there's only me and Mr. McGregor that knows how to plant trees, nobody else. Look at the shopping center. They dedicated 2 square feet for the trees, and with the soil compacted at 95%. If you want to see the picture of my front house, you can even see the house anymore. There was no trees when we bought the house, 30 years ago. Now you can even see it. Another thing, my father was a farmer. When he came over here in 1979, we walked around a lot. And then one day in my front yard, he said, why in California they covered up this beautiful topsoil with cement and asphalt? He had a second elementary school, common sense for sale. And he said, when it rains, where the water goes? In the summertime, doesn't this asphalt get warmer and warmer? Common sense. He had plenty of it. And,
you have to wrap it up. It's 5 minutes. Sir.
All right. Already?
Yes.
Okay, I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Giancarlo. We have James next and Elsie Messman on deck. Elsie. You can go in and wait for a minute so we don't. He may start talking again, James.
Good evening, Mayor Toohey, members of the City Council. My name is James Tome. I'm the president of the Friends of the West Covina Library. As you know, we're a volunteer organization dedicated to supporting the library. Our members, several of who are in attendance today, all love the library. Many people before me have already spoken about the environmental impact, the aesthetics, and I think that's reason alone to oppose this project. But because others have already spoken eloquently about that, I want to focus on this idea that's been put out there that somehow this will be a benefit to the library and its patrons, because it absolutely will not be. I'd like to focus on this issue about the parking. Under the city code, for a building of this size and for this use, it's supposed to provide a certain number of parking spaces, and the city report mentions that it's, I think, 45 parking spots short of that number. Now, the way that it's rationalized is this idea that they can use the city parking lot, the paid parking lot over there, but if you look at where the proposed parking lot that will be added for the library's use, the most likely thing that people are going to do is, well, it's on my way past the library, I'll just get a validation here. If that's what's proposed to be done to make this exclusive for the library, I'll just get validated at the library and go on to my medical office building appointment, whatever. It's free. That's a better choice than going over to a place where I have to pay. So this is definitely going to impact the convenience and the use of the library, and I'd like to remind everyone we all know that free public access to libraries is part of our history, part of our tradition. It's almost as old as this country itself. This will have an impact on library use and library patrons. Related to that is the traffic impact. Somebody was passing out, this flyer about facts about the project, and it says that there were traffic studies that showed no significant impact at all, and that's completely false. The city staff did a report or did a study on the traffic impact, and it showed that there would be some 2,000 daily trips created by this project, and I believe hundreds of trips during the busy hours during the day. That will have an impact. That will have an impact not just on our library patrons. Many of them are elderly, many of them are busy parents trying to get their kids to the library, run errands, etc., but on all the people who use West Covina Parkway, want access to the freeway, etc. So there's parking issues, there's traffic issues. At the very least, this is going to cause an inconvenience for the library patrons, not to mention potentially forcing library patrons to have to pay to get access to what ought to be a free resource for our community. I would also like to refute some of the points that were made early on by the proponents, but I believe the city planning commissioner who spoke here early on was very eloquent. He made some of the exact points that I would have liked to have made about the economic benefits. $24,000 a year is not, how many police officers is that going to pay for? How many firefighters will that pay for every year? I think those points are very well taken. This is a short-term, short-sighted project. We please ask you respectfully to vote no against it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We have Elsie Messman on deck, Elsie Messman speaking now, and Carolyn Arndt on deck.
Mayor Toohey, council, staff, and everyone here tonight. My name is Elsie Messman, and I've been a resident of West Covina for over 35 years. We do not need more medical or office condos in this space. There are plenty of vacant buildings around. The last time we checked the building on Nogales and Valley, they had probably 9 vacancies, or whether they were sold but not in use, but there was 9 vacancies. On Azusa, from the 60 freeway to the 10, I don't see any medical office buildings. There is plenty of space at the Heights for her building. She does not have to ruin our city. She should build it in her own if she wants. There is an urgent care sign on Valley Boulevard, followed by some squigglies. Is this woman promoting her own race, or do I see a foreign, because I don't see any other foreign language up there, and I think we can see that tonight. Right now, we have a peaceful, serene setting and a park-like atmosphere, and it should remain that way. This is supposed to be a tree city, not a greedy city. You council members were elected by the people, for the people, not for your own benefit. It's time you listen to the people. Nobody in this audience is stupid. Remember, contractors to council are like drugs to drug addicts. There are rumors floating around that maybe some of our council members should check on contractor rehab. Thank you.
Carolyn Arndt, and Irene Fleck, and I appreciate it greatly if we don't bring racism into this. That is very poor taste, in my personal opinion.
Thank you very much for inviting me to come. The last time I was here, I passed out homework. I have more tonight. This is about the library, because the library is such a wonderful part of this city. And we don't realize how many people use it. This is only about children and young people. The December 5 issue of USA Today stated that 83% of us like books. There is a luxury to a book. 17% are into electronics. Now, one of the reasons for children not being into electronics is because of the cost. They have cell phones. They don't have Kindles. So this is my homework for you. Let me tell you that 205,521 children and young adult books were checked out in the year 2010. 9,714 children received help with their homework. That's only two of the things on this list. These are to be shared. And here's the paper. Okay. Now we move on to what is really on my mind, and you are very well aware because I sent you 2 letters. I didn't send one to you because you're not a part of this. You're just new to us. You're new. So anyhow, and I did not mean it as a threat. I meant it as a promise. If you vote yes on this, yesterday I formed the referendum recall task force, and I'm coming. And that's all I'm going to say tonight, because you've heard lots of people. There are more to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Irene Fleck and Geneva Nixon is on deck. We have approximately 15, 17 more to go.
All right. Is that my clue to make it
No,
short?
not at all. You take as long as you want, Irene, as long as it's 5 minutes.
As long as it's 5 minutes. All right, all right. You know, a couple things I want to say first. This is not a tree thing, and I think it's too bad that it's been brought up like that as a sidetracking item. It involves trees, but it's so much more than that. Also, I do have to say one thing, too. On this little thing, it says the open green space for the Easter egg hunt is to remain. Yes, it is, but the green space in front of the library is not. It's going to be a parking lot. Let me take just a few of these things out. I am concerned about ecology and the fact that you people have been telling us about 5 weeks of green, and we're supposed to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So what are we going to do? We're going to transport all of that stuff that's in the berm, and it has to be within 10 miles or we can't do it. All of that stuff goes in. We're not supposed to have trash going into the landfill. What are we going to do? We're going to put, 20,000 cubic feet or something of soil and stuff in a landfill. Something about that is wrong and is so inconsistent. Now I'll get to the rest of my stuff. My real concern, you know, I'm worried about traffic and safety. My real concern is the general plan. This stuff does not fit the general plan. In the general plan, the Civic Center is defined as a region for public buildings and facilities. The proposed medical center is not a public building or facility. The proposed use is not consistent with the city general plan. And what in the world is wrong with the city having a civic center that is only for public buildings? I think we should keep it. The goals of the land use element of the general plan include to arrange land uses with regard to the health, safety, convenience, and welfare of the residents, to provide safe, effective traffic circulation within the city, and this is to include the cumulative traffic that we're going to have from the Wicks project. That has not been incorporated in this. And then the circulation studies. We have circulation problems here too. And the land use element is to provide and maintain, in conjunction with the open space element, an aesthetically pleasing environment for those who live, work, play, and visit in West Covina. The proposed project certainly does not meet these goals. The environmental quality element is to protect, manage, and enhance West Covina open space and natural resources. The city recognizes that, this is a quote from our general plan, the city recognizes the availability of lands for open space and conservation purpose has diminished, and West Covina must reevaluate environmentally related policies in order to maintain the quality of life for its citizens. That's all of us. The general plan does address the importance of economic development, but there must be other ways to raise revenue. Selling the rare public civic property for a one-time short-term gain loses the public property forever. And also very important is expressed in all of our West Covina documents the importance of community involvement in the city. And the general plan requires community input for modification and change. Community input has not been solicited. The proposed plan is inconsistent with West Covina's general plan and stated philosophy. It seems approval of this project could not possibly take place. I urge the City Council to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny this project, and I thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Geneva Nixon and Beverly Bothas on deck.
Good evening. This is my very own environmental impact report that I hope you will consider before a vote is taken on whether or not to approve the proposed project on the library site. Now, I prepared this a little while ago, and since then there have been some revisions to the plan, so if some of my statements are not appropriate anymore, you'll understand. In 2012, West Covina will have the distinction of being designated as Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the 30th consecutive year. Only a small number of cities has had this distinction longer than West Covina. One of the requirements of becoming a Tree City USA is that the city must have an urban forestation program in place. I seriously doubt that the National Arbor Day Foundation would find the destruction of 141 healthy trees an appropriate program. You say, well, we'll replace the trees, but just consider that it takes many, many years for a tree to grow to maturity. Besides their aesthetic value, these trees provide an important function. The removal of the earth burn would allow toxic gases from the freeway to drift over onto the site of the development. The trees now convert these gases into oxygen. In addition, the burn also dampens the noise from the freeway. Consider the impact of the proposed building would have in parking. The building would contain 39 medical offices, assuming there was one doctor per office, and each patient's visit lasted 45 minutes. The doctors would see 390 patients each day, assuming each office would be staffed by one doctor, one nurse, one receptionist. There would be 117 staff. The 117 staff members plus the first 39 patients would arrive at the same time. The remainder of the patients would arrive in groups of 39 every 45 minutes. During the first 45 minutes, 156 parking spaces would be required, leaving only 62 parking spaces for library staff and patrons. The 390 patients plus 117 staff totals 507 persons that would be coming onto the site each day. This amount of traffic would definitely pose a real problem. The cost of removing 20,700 cubic feet of soil and 1,360 tons of asphalt and concrete is extremely expensive and should be given careful consideration. Let's consider the results of the project from aesthetic perspective. Take a long look at the existing site. Currently, there's an attractive library surrounded by a grassy area with a backdrop of beautiful trees and a burn that conceals the view of the freeway. Do we really want to exchange this for a view of the library situated on wall-to-wall asphalt, in the background a 70-foot-tall building and a view of the freeway? Surely there's much more appropriate site on which to construct this building. It is definitely too large for the site.
Thank you, Geneva. Beverly is up, and Charles Wilt is on deck. Beverly? Beverly, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Bolthus, and glad to be here. I'm strongly opposed to the sale of any part of this Civic Center property, and therefore just as opposed to the medical building to be built on it, the proposed medical building. I know the city needs the money. Next year we're going to need money. What are we going to sell? I know we need parking. You probably have a reserve space in the truck structure. It's going to be a nightmare over here. Ms. Lee states that she will create a beautiful building with a fountain. Instead, you are destroying something that is already good. I'd like to quote Steve Scozzillo's article in the Tribune from Sunday, January 8. In West Covina, residents rightfully want to stop a 4-story, 55,680 square foot office condo project on West Covina Parkway that would kill 100 trees. Worse, the project would threaten the urban green space that surrounds the West Covina Regional Branch Library and West Covina City Hall complex. These places are the residents' giant sequoias. They are their redwood forest, their Yosemites, because they are the ones who walk among these planted trees, hoping for a slice of solitude, a fleeting vision of purity. You have been quietly planning this project for several years. If this is so great for West Covina, why has it been so quietly set up? In all that time, you could have had citizen meetings, some kind of working together, other options considered. I believe that people have not come to this council, Ms. Lee, about needing a building as we were told. She told us herself in November at a Friends of the Library meeting that after she built the successful Nogales building, you asked her to design something here. There had been too many lies, too many things held back. There's been too much secrecy. My husband and I have lived here over 50 years, and I think that our considerations should be more important than people who don't even live in the city who have commented here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Charles Wilt and Steve Herney on deck. Charles.
My name is Charles Wilt. I've lived in West Covina 59 years. I've been a voter and a homeowner that long. I'm not associated with the library committee. I just happened to see this in the paper, and I thought, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. How could the city staff allow this to get this far? I thought it was shot down 2 or 3, 5 years ago. Anyway, I drove over to see it, and as I was driving, I only live about a half mile away, and I found 10 places, medical centers, that have vacancies. Here's one on Merced Avenue. Here's one on Glendora Avenue, Cameron Avenue, Glendora Avenue, and the big one down south of the hospital, I think it's called Queen of Angels Hospital Medical Center. And at one time, it was occupied by the West Covina Medical Clinic. The medical clinic moved to West Covina Parkway. There's at least 3 floors of vacant space right next to the hospital. They almost share the parking lot. Here's another one. Right on the corner of Sunset and Cameron, there's a medical center with a big sign up, medical suites for rent. Now, why wouldn't the planning director direct people away and get them to build something we need? Now, if we really need another medical center, there's a beautiful site not more than 500 feet away at the southwest corner of Cameron and Orange Avenue. I think at one time it was the overflow area for Kmart. It's been sitting there vacant for at least 20 years. Why didn't the planning commission, planning people, try to direct the site on that other site? It's just sitting there vacant. 20 years. Talk about fire department. One of the previous speakers made it sound like this project is going to save the fire department. Well, if the city council keeps approving high-rise, the fire department's going to be asking for another hook and ladder system. And one of the things was this was supposed to improve parking. Well, when I worked downtown, we used the Kmart Center as a meeting place. As long as you shopped in Kmart once in a while, we parked there for years. So there's plenty of parking within walking distance. Matter of fact, if you read the paper and go to Kmart and that Sears outlet store, I'll bet within 5 years we have a whole city block vacant there. I don't think that Kmart's going to make it, and that's Sears overflow store. One other point I wonder about, when I drove to the site, I was surprised there's a sign there. I wondered who approved the sign. Now, in my day, I did a little appraising, and a sign site is worth, to rent, is worth $50, at least $50 a month. I hope the city is getting $50 a month rent for that sign, and I would direct that no matter what happens tonight, that sign go down, unless they pay at least $50 a month rent to put that sign up. And I'm not associated with the library group. I just saw it in the paper. We have a beautiful library, and I've climbed those hills, and I thought I was in Big Bear when I was up there. And here you talk about doing away with it. Anyway, I'm against the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Harney, and we have Joanne Wilner on deck. Steve?
Good evening. I'm Steve Harney. Many of the speakers before me, and probably after me, are going to be much more eloquent than I. However, in looking at the building, and it is a beautiful building, and looking at the site, and looking at the shopping centers that come down and the medical centers that come down, we have tons of vacant buildings and spaces. Now, depending on how the organization of the city and the developer is, developers got to have some pretty deep pockets in order to be able to subsidize any potential empty offices. Based on my calculations, 55,000 square feet on four stories, and looking at the windows, 10 offices per story, comes down to about 1,300 square feet an office. That's awfully tiny. Even for condominiums, that's awfully tiny. Are they going to be able to rent them? Okay. Mr. Leinbach earlier said that the old South Hill Shopping Center has been remodeled. It has. It's beautiful. How many tenants do they have? 2. Everything is vacant. Okay. That shopping center's been up and ready for rent for at least 10 months. 2 tenants, a liquor store and a florist. Okay. We're going to have more vacant buildings. One of the key things for realtors, location, location, location. It's a beautiful location. It's right at the end of 2 exit ramps off of the freeway. It's easy to get to. So is the library. Okay. Why are we selling city property because the city needs money? Why can't the developer and our planning commission or the redevelopment agency find some other private property in the city that is doing taxes, and the building on it will elevate the tax revenue, and if they sell product, then we get sales tax from it? I just think that it's a poor allocation of resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Joanne Wilner and Herb Redholz on deck.
Listening so intently, I forgot. I'm a 56-year homeowner resident of West Covina, as many people do know. Why discuss the sale of Civic Center property when the people of West Covina have demonstrated they want it to remain zoned for public buildings as designated in the general plan? Evidence is the attendance in opposition at this hearing and at others. I do understand that money is desperately needed to balance the budget, but the sale of Civic Center land and destruction of Green Park area landscape for parking is a one-time thing that can never be replaced. This is the immoral way to do it. It wasn't right when P.F. Chang, or developer of a 5-story office building, was interested. The image of the city will be forever changed for the worse if you approve this DDA. Where will any future expansion of the civic needs of the city go? According to the sales lease agreement, they will go on the proposed leased land, which will have underground parking or be in the high-rise that would be built for the city. $700,000 for the land, including a 99-year lease guaranteeing 218 parking spaces, assures the development of another high-rise to hide the architecturally unique feature of the city. I urge you to not sell or lease any part of our city cultural landmark. A 300-square-foot notification is not enough when the philosophy of the entire city population is at stake. A public discussion throughout the city needs to be held regarding such changes to the general plan, not one held behind closed doors. Then, when the philosophy of the city has been changed, if it is, negotiations would be held in closed session. Let's have transparency by the council and inclusion of all the citizenry in deciding the direction of the city. This is not the Vision 2020 conclusion in which I was a participant. Advertising West Covina as headquarters city of the San Gabriel Valley does not mean we have to have high-rise commercial development or reduce the zoning of our public building zone. Who changed our motto from City of Beautiful Homes? Since this property is for some unknown reason in a redevelopment area, the money from property taxes derived from improvements is considered incremental taxes, at least it was before, and therefore goes to the redevelopment agency and not the general fund where it is needed to help balance the budget. Precise plans such as these permit variances that would normally need specific approval. The parking requirement should not be varied. There never is adequate parking in these projects. Also, why no mention of underground parking like suggested the last go-round? By building a 4-story medical condo building and giving a variance for a restaurant as well, it's not necessary to change a zone to neighborhood commercial. To build a medical condo building, Office Professional does the job. That way, any other use desired would have to have a variance hearing. More control over the use in case the project didn't go well. A 4-story plus tower building is too big for our civic center. Aesthetics and recreation will be greatly diminished. Our civic center and court library area are something to be cherished and protected. Youngish trees in a parking lot do not substitute for removal of grass and 141 middle-aged mature trees on a sound barrier berm that is 30 feet high. This certainly will not help the image being a tree city. Asphalt does not help clean the environment, nor absorb rain. Please vote no on all 6 staff recommendations, deny the appeal, and all requests for changing the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Herb Redholz. And on deck is Kim Sutcliffe, or Sutliff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Herb Redholz. For the record, I am a planning commissioner, and I did vote to deny this project on November 22nd last year for the reasons that are enumerated in your staff report. Listening to the description of this as yet undeveloped, unbuilt building, all the wonderful and exciting things it's going to do, if this building were a candidate for president, I'd vote for it. It's just going to solve all of our problems. It's a panacea. Geez. And there's only 39 condo units there. I don't know how everybody's doctor, podiatrist, psychiatrist, dentist are all going to locate in that one building. It's going to be kind of tough. But let me just say this. A lot of people have talked about the trees, and the trees are an issue, and I agree with them on the trees. But looking at it from a basic planning perspective, it has to be denied, in my view, on the basis that it is simply out of character and incompatible with a civic center, with our civic center. A civic center, by definition, is a conglomeration of public buildings, which is what we have here. We have our police department, our city hall, county library, courthouse, county health department. That's what a civic center is all about. You do not drop in a private commercial development in your civic center. It just doesn't make sense, and it just doesn't fit. This is not a routine item in front of you. This requires a general plan amendment. Not a simple thing that you do every day. That's a big step. It requires a change in zoning. Again, nothing done every day. It also requires a parking variance and other issues involved with this project. There's a lot going on here. I would ask you, as you've done in the past, when you have a room full, a chamber full of residents, asking you to reconsider or to consider a project either way. In the past, you have listened to these residents and heard their voice, and I ask you to listen to their voice tonight. Do the right thing, deny the appeal, and deny this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb. Kim Sutcliffe, and we have Michael Flowers on deck. And Michael is the one and only, the postal carrier from that area. He's world famous.
Hi, I have very little to say, really. I've lived here for 40 years, and I'd like to talk to the gentleman who regards us as elderly, because I'd like to review the criteria on that. Similar to my last experience with what we reviewed, our neighborhood reviewed as a unwise choice of things in our neighborhood, I don't think this is the wisest choice for this location. Everything does revolve around location. I'm for the medical building. I don't think this place is good. There's many other places and that. To use today's article in the paper, I don't know how precise it was. I am curious how you can put a sign that says for lease or sale on property you don't own, because if that's the case, I have a few neighbors I'd like to put a sign on their lawn. My hope is the city can reconsider and maybe broker a deal with someone who owns a building. There's a lovely unsightly corner on Azusa and the freeway, just north of the freeway on Azusa, that is Clippinger Chevrolet that has like 5 cars on the lot, and instant patients next door in the senior housing. But wherever the building lands, I would hope, as we promote trees and green, that maybe the developer could incorporate solar panels too and help.
Thank you very much. Michael Flowers, and we have Homer Castillo on deck.
Good afternoon, Mayor Touay, City Councilman, members. My name is Michael Flowers. I'm going to be short and quick, but I'm here on actually to deny this building that's going to go up on that corner. As a letter carrier in the city, and for about 30 years, and living in West Covina for 30 years, I've talked to some of my letter carrier friends also who has businesses on their route, and asked them about open, empty vacants on their routes also, and there are plenty in this city. And they were the ones who lives in the city was wondering why did we want to mess up to really mess it up, that piece of property that we have there. There's not another piece of property from here to LA that's like the property that we have on that piece of land right there. And the people who you see in West Covina that's here tonight, they really oppose what's going on. And most of the people who came here tonight who spoke for it does not live in our city. And I've spoken to certain people in my community. I kind of get involved in my community a little bit, and I've talked to people, even on my mail route. I've spoken. They ask me a few questions. I say, don't get into it too much, but sometimes the people in my community have come to me, and I brought about 6 or 7 with me tonight. They've asked me about it and asked me to speak to you guys, to deny this piece of property is going to go up. We have something nice in our city, and I live close by, and I go by a lot of times. Let's preserve our city. I love you guys, I respect you guys, so let's do West Covina well. Let's oppose this building that's going up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Homer Castillo and Telefio Ponce.
Hi, I'm Homer Castillo. I've been a resident of the city for about 40 years, maybe 42 years. I first moved here in '69 to get a better lifestyle and everything. And the city of Covina, West Covina, just fit me real well. My kids grew up here, and we really enjoy the city. Now, I oppose this city because, this building, because I think this location to me is more of a historical type location. It's something unique in our city. It's something that a lot of cities just don't have. I don't know exactly how the board is going to come out on this, but I would hope that they would see that there's a lot of us that object to this building being built. There's a lot of other locations. One of the points of being last is that, or next to last, is that everybody said everything I was going to say. So there's not too much more that I could add. I would strongly ask the Council, the Mayor, and everyone here to oppose the building of this location, mainly because of the beautiful trees and everything else that's surrounding it. So with that, thank you.
We would have taken your comments a lot stronger if you brought some jambalaya or some of your other products you're world famous for.
I also used to own the 5 C's restaurant, so I'm also a retired sergeant with the Sheriff Department, so I got a lot of things going.
Okay, we have, and Robert Lockwood next. Robert's on deck.
Thank you. My name is Teo Ponce, and I live in West Covina for the last 27 years. I enjoy this area, especially the landscape of this building. And my kids went to the library for many years until they graduated from high school. But I do not see why there's so many people from another city came over and spoke in front of this chamber. I think that's why we're still here. Half of them, they were from somewhere else. This is a problem for West Covina, in which I really oppose this project. This is a beautiful area. We don't want to move it around the way. We don't want to build anything on this anymore. This is perfect the way it is. I love it. And every time I go by there, a lot of times, when I go to 24-hour fitness, sometimes I just walk over and I just walk around there. And I don't see why this thing is being developed, trying to develop this thing. I was looking at it and I saw this building. I said, I've seen this building before. And I know there's one building close that looks almost like it, right there on Valinda in, I think it's Glendora. There's a medical building that was built right there. I think that's what it is. It looks just like it, and I don't see any beauty to that building at all. And I don't think this building in front of us is going to do anything to this community. Okay, I don't think it's going to do anything at all. And I'm really disappointed in this with you people right here, because we are the ones that voted for you, and we want the best for this city. I know you're just talking about $700,000. You know what? My 401k was $500,000. 7-Eleven came in, I don't have anything anymore. So I could have paid my house with that money, but of course I couldn't get it out of my 401k at that time. But what I'm saying, $700,000 is nothing. And we're always going to need money. And that's why I'm still working, because I need money. So, I'm paying a lot of taxes. My home, I pay a lot of taxes on my home. I know things are going up, prices are going up, gas is going up. And the best thing to do is for you guys to look for places where we can build revenue. And there's a lot of empty spaces around here. And we could do a lot better. We could build more money into this community. I just went over to the moors with my wife. We were looking at the lakes. We have a beautiful parking lot over there. We have a lot of space in there. Something could be built in there that could bring those businesses back into, to bring more revenue to the city. And that's what you guys should be looking for. I'll thank you very much, and I don't want to take more time because there's a lot of people over there that want to say something, but I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Lockwood and Angie Gillingham on deck, and we may be making a big announcement at the former Macaroni Grill with a major tenant that everyone will be excited about.
My name is Dr. Robert Lockwood. I have been a homeowner in West Covina for over 50 years, and along with these others, I oppose this situation. Most of the things have been discussed, so I'm going to stick to just one item that I had on my list, and that's the safety for the users of the library. The contractor or the developer has stated in their own writing that we need to have a gated, controlled parking lot for the library for the protection of the users. I think that is just the worst thing that could happen. That alone should be enough reason to reject this project. We can use the library now without fear, and not only does this gated parking lot create problems to the users, every user who parks in this gated lot has to go in the library, get some kind of a pass to get out of the parking lot, and if you have children that you've brought, when you bring them, they have to go in the library, the parents have to go in the library, get whatever they get so they can get out. Then when they come back to pick the children up, they have to go through the same procedure. That's pretty bad. I've used the public library for a long time. It's very good, and I think for no other reason for the danger that the developer himself admits is a bad thing. I was really pleased tonight. I thought the city was in dire financial conditions. And I learned here tonight that with $183,000 a year in property taxes, our financial problems will be solved. That is fantastic. Thank you.
Angie Gillingham and Bala Drux. I'm very sorry about that.
I'll be very quick. Everybody's heard everything, and I support everyone here. First, I would like to say that many of the residents in West Covina do not oppose change. What we oppose is taking away from the site that is well-established and aesthetically pleasing to our city. We need to put first the residents who use the library every day. The construction of the medical building with the many floors would bring added traffic and added parking most immediately to the library. I could go on more, but it's been repeated. I just hope that you listen. As most of the people that stand here and oppose, who it's almost 11 o'clock, we are the residents of West Covina. We voted for you. The people that were here prior in support of this are not voters of West Covina. So take us into consideration and listen, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have John Shoemaker on deck. John.
Mayor Tui and city council members, I'm Bela Drux. I'm going to read here I am here to speak against the removal of the trees, the berm, and the parking lot at the county library and its replacement by a commercial building. This is our neighborhood, and this park-like area is one of the few remaining green belts left in our part of town. It is convenient to the library, much more so than a parking lot on the other side of the building would be. In 1966, when this complex was being planned, I served on a Citizens Blue Ribbon Committee to review the Civic Center. We looked at all aspects: the West Covina Police Station, the County Health Department, the County Library, West Covina City Hall, and the County Courthouse. The landscaping was meant to tie the complex together. It did, and it does today. Recently in the evening, I was driving west on the 10 freeway and exiting at Sunset Avenue. After all the commercial lights starting at Eastland, Azusa Ave, and ending with the Westfield Mall, it was a welcome change to see the green area of the Civic Center complex and the muted streetlights within the area. Please do not disturb the integrity of the Civic Center and preserve our neighborhood. While this is not an historic area which would be protected, the Civic Center was built as one unit, and it should stand as that. I have with me a certificate which West Covina Mayor Harvey Krieger presented me after serving on the Blue Ribbon Committee to approve the Civic Center complex. I would like to share it with you. Finally, your own Planning Commission voted against this project. Please follow their recommendations. Thank you. This is Mayor Tui.
Thank you very much. We have John Shoemaker next, and Joaquin Castaneda after that. Joaquin.
All I can say is that it's a miracle. Praise the Lord. Our Savior is upon us. This simple 4-story building with 39 condos is going to jumpstart the economic engine that is going to drive West Covina and in turn the economic engine of this entire country and solve all our economic problems. We're going to have every conceivable medical specialty in the world there, so people in West Covina do not have to drive anywhere out of this city to do it. It's going to end unemployment. It's going to end homelessness. It's going to end every ill known to mankind, at least according to the proponents of this building. Just think, if they added a 5th story, we'd have peace in the Middle East and we'd no longer have any dependence on oil. God knows what would happen if they added a 6th story. You know, this whole thing isn't about trees and open space. It's about the greed of the developer and the continuing mismanagement of the city's budget. The developer has stated, people have come to her and told her that West Covina needs this medical condo building. I've lived in this city for 21 years, and no one, including the council members, have ever said, you know, we need a new 4-story condo for medical purposes in this city. One council member trying to justify the unjustifiable, defend the indefensible, was quoted in a newspaper saying things transform over time. True enough. But when voting not to sell land at Ridge Riders, the same council member clearly stated that we must save open space in our community for its use of its residents. The beauty of this area is used by everyone entering, leaving, and driving by this part of the city. This is tens of thousands of people every day. When this council voted in an emergency moratorium to prevent a homeowner from building on a piece of land located at Ridge Riders, which the owner had clear entitlement to build, he was stopped because the council was concerned about things transforming over time. The council has claimed we're going to get $183,000 in property taxes. That's been wrong. Things have changed. This council says we're going to get another new 189 new jobs. No, we will not. These doctors already have staff. All they will do is move from one building to a new building, bringing the staff with them, thus no new jobs. An added benefit, more empty buildings in West Covina. Members of this council many years ago sold a water company which added over $1 million a year to the general fund and used the money to pay 3% at 30. One member of this council told the public the CalPERS stated this is a one-time payment. We'll never have to pay anything more. Again, this council misled the public or were so naive that they believed this. Financial mismanagement that we will continue to pay for another 30 years.
To continue the cover-up of the ongoing financial mismanagement of the city, some on this council decided it was time to sell another piece of land, another city asset that we'll never get back, instead of being honest with the public and doing their job. Members of the council blame everyone, the state, the economic downturn, loss of redevelopment, this is for another day, and everything else but themselves for the situation, and this is the only way out. But ask them to explain why a school district in this city, which my daughter is a member and another member sitting in the audience, increased reserves $20 million while the city was blowing through $50 million. Well, the city blew through the $50 million cutting services. They opened a new high school, they opened a new middle school, increased enrollment, and hired more teachers. How'd they do that? By paying attention to spending and not spending every penny they received. They did not sell assets and then spend the proceeds. They did not give out raises they could not afford. It's called financial management, not the practice of this council, which is called financial mismanagement. This just follows the continued pattern over the last 10, 15 years. Blame others, sell something, say things will be turning around, then start all over again. Well, I'm talking about reserves. Members of this council during the last campaign, which ended in November, said our city reserves were $29 million. Tonight, they're $6. What happened to that money? The deficit is $8.6 million caused by mismanagement of the city, not the loss of redevelopment funds or anything along those, because not all redevelopment funds go into the general fund. I can tell everyone here tonight, selling this open space in the city, a city without open space for this small amount does not and will not solve the financial disaster that this city is looking at. Some will talk about being small business owners and understanding the issues. Understanding the issues doesn't solve the problem, but having the ability to solve them is what's important. After we're all finished tonight, the council will give their side, which they're entitled to, but I want you to remember something. You can always tell when a politician is not telling the truth. They're talking. Also keep in mind that these are the people who got us into the situation in the first place. There's one last thing I'd like to add to the two top developers in our city. Use your contacts, use your ability, come up with something constructive, and don't build this building.
Thank you very much. Joaquin Castaneda, and we have Mike Miller on deck.
What was his first name?
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Chewy, council members, staff, and the residents of the city of West Covina. I'd like to resubmit the letter that the Assemblyman submitted on November 22nd to the Planning Commission, his letter of opposition. I won't read the letter verbatim, but just highlight some thoughts that he asked me to share tonight. Mainly that there is a lot of public outcry and dissent regarding this development, and the Assemblyman does join with their concerns. The main concern is that this development does change the essence of the Civic Center, as well as hurting the environmental distinction that the city has enjoyed and has built over the 29 years, consecutive years as Tree City USA. But most importantly, just changing the essence of this Civic Center. This Civic Center gives the city its very unique hometown character, and the city of West Covina does enjoy that, and this development will definitely distort that hometown feeling, that uniqueness that the city has, this open space that is very, very dear to the public. The public behind me definitely represents the people who care the most about the city of West Covina. The people behind me represent decades of leadership, experience, volunteerism that have given to the city and making the city better. So the public behind me do have the best interests at heart for the city of West Covina, and the Assemblyman is just urging the council to listen to the community and to listen to their concerns, because they have invested decades of their property tax dollars, their time, their volunteerism in bettering the city, and they definitely do deserve the right to voice their concerns and to have your leadership in protecting this very pristine piece of public property. It may not make business sense, but it does make sense to the public, and that's very, very, very important. There has been some city staff has brought the concern that in the future Caltrans may encroach onto this public land, and I definitely want to express to the city council, staff, as well as to the city of West Covina, the residents, that the Assemblyman will definitely be in strong opposition to any encroachment to this land if Caltrans does decide to destroy this land or encroach on it. You do have a state assembly representative who will be in strong opposition and voice their concerns directly to Caltrans to ensure that any future development through Caltrans is not going to hurt this beautiful civic land. In 2005, when the Assemblyman was your council member, he did vote down a similar project. In November of 2010, he again joined the residents of West Covina in opposing this proposed development with the Planning Commission. And then again today, he is with you again, the city of West Covina, the residents, and opposing this development today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Mike Miller, and we have Ray Bathis. Ray's on deck? No, after Mike.
Evening, Council, Mayor and Council. I'm not accustomed to being on this side, and I haven't been here many times. I think by now you realize the problem is, and the issue is, location. It's not CGM, it's not the money, it is not the parking, it's the location. You need to find a location where this office building can go. It doesn't need to be here. There's space that we can find. I was approached by several property owners or several residents in West Covina at the store. Even though I wear my Bermuda shorts and baseball hat, they still recognize me. And I want to convey to you some of the issues that they raised with me. And I tried to explain the process and what was going on as best I know. One, the proposed office building is a done deal. Council will approve it. I said there's a process they go through. And they're going through that process. Then the signs went up offering to rent condominiums. And they says, well, now wait a minute, if they're going through the process, how can they do that before the process is completed? The second one that I talked to had a number of things, but they refreshed my memory on one, and this is their words. Remember the billboards offered to the float committee by Mr. Sotelo, allegedly from Mr. Toohey, that will finance the city float. The billboards were proposed to be out here on Garvey on the mounds and facing across Garvey so it can be seen on the freeway. The committee turned it down. And they said, well, is the next thing going to be they're going to subdivide the mound over here into commercial property? And I remember this one. Remember BKK when the citizens demanded the site be closed over the environmental issues? The citizens were right. And I think the citizens are right here as it relates to this issue. The site was eventually closed. It took time. But again, the citizens were right. And I think that's what you need to be listening to. Will there be a move to subdivide the landscape mound? I mentioned that. Economic development plan referred to in the development and disposition agreement is not an element of the general plan as far as I know. It never had a public hearing. If it had a public hearing, it'd have more force. But just being in the economic development plan is not necessarily something you have to listen to. The general plan is what you have to follow. We know of the cynicism about Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. Believe me, the cynicism in West Covina is also here. And I think depending upon how this activity goes tonight, you're talking about the possibility of adding to that cynicism if the project's approved. I've always tried, this is my comment now, the previous one was coming from others, but I've always tried to do right for the community. Certainly I failed sometimes, and I'm sure every council member, not just in this city, but others have failed at one time or another. This is an opportunity for you to do right. don't fail. This project is not right for the community, so don't fail us now and support the community. Support the decision of the Planning Commission and deny this project. And before anyone can state, and I'm not sure that that'll happen, if anyone states it's too far into the process to deny the project, cynicism will increase, and it will mean that this public hearing is a farce and a sham. And I don't think that's what you want. So listen to the people and proceed to act appropriately, and let's lower the cynicism, and let's get forward and find another location for this quality developer. There's no doubt about it, but find another location. This isn't the place, so deny the project.
Thank you, Mike. John, we have Red Williams. Is Red still? There he is. Mr. TV star.
My name is Ray Bullis, and I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, so I'm further away than Fontana. I was raised in south central Los Angeles. I moved to West Covina to get away from that. This is why I'm here 56 years ago, and I've always been proud of the fact that I don't live in La Puente, which I'm real close to, but sorry.
Well, the mayor's
you don't live in La Puente either, but Baja, West Covina. I got to say right off that it is a beautiful building, and she does good work. If you go down into Nogales and Valley Boulevard, you'll see the landscaping. She's got an award from the West Covina Beautiful for setting that up. But this is not the place for that building. It really isn't. You've got to be serious about this. If you really need a building like this, you need $750,000, put it in Cortez Park or across the street. You know, it's ridiculous to tear this area down to put a medical building there to start with. As nice looking as it is not as nice looking as the green area out there where the kids come out in front of the library almost every week and have a seasonera or a practice, and it's just beautiful out there. And it's not going to be that way with a parking lot. It's just not going to be right for that area. Please don't do it. My second thought is the street sweeping in West Covina. Can I do it just for a second? No?
You have to stick to the issues. That's not an issue. Agendize, you can talk on CGM all you want, but that's not an item you can bring up at this time, where you can submit a letter to us or at
I'll
January 17th.
touch in your office and bend your ear then.
No problem, sir. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Red Williams and Lloyd Johnson hold on before you speak, Red. Is Marcella Magdin here yet? We will pass on her, so Lloyd Johnson's the last speaker on opposition. There's no card. Well, Red, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Red Williams. I've been coming to West Covina for over 30 years. My mother died back in the early 80s. My sister moved out here when my mother got sick so that she would have a place to go when that finally happened. I came out here every weekend. I got on my sister's nerves so bad, finally I bought a house out here about 15 years ago. And when I bought a house, she said, just because you live here don't mean I need to see you every day. So I really love West Covina. It's a beautiful place to raise a family. All three of my kids graduated from West Covina, from the city. I'm not going to say the high school because Bruce might hit me. I have one more kid in high school now. All of my kids went to college. I played Saber on a television show, The American Gladiators. I played Saber in Jax in the movie Mortal Kombat. I could live anywhere. My passport says I've been all over the world. If you added the miles up, maybe twice. I said that to say there's too many places to build a building other than city property. And if they're going to get the building for $750,000 without me getting a chance to bid on it, I offer you $850,000 right now, and I'll pay them $100,000 for the plan so I can plug it in right there. It's ridiculous. It's too many buildings in West Covina for us to be building new buildings. They wouldn't have to buy security because it's sitting in the middle of the parking lot of the police department, so that's built in. They wouldn't have to worry about fires because the fire department is right there. I think that transparency was a word that we used earlier. We need to be more transparent. It was packed tonight. The last time I came, it wasn't this packed. That's a good thing. We don't need the building, Mayor. We don't need it, not right there. It's too easy for you to give $700,000 to this property here. Now listen to this. No matter what the appraisal says, no matter what I do to my house, the appraiser is going to tell me what my house is worth. So I have a house now, he said the median property value is about $536,000. That's about exactly what I'm maxed out for on my financing, even though I'm only worth now about $450,000. Oh well, I'll ride it out. But if you take that prime land and sell it for $700,000, then that's what the land is worth. My house is worth what that land is, and I'll trade it right now for that land in order for me to build a building there. Give me a shot at the bid, or else I will vote no. Everybody else in here, we can go in together. We can buy this land together, and we can do what we want to do with this land together because we live here. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg, we do in these types of situations, we'd appreciate a card, but Mr. Tuttle, you can go ahead and come forward. Lloyd wants to go last. He's the last speaker we have here.
I know the Brown Act doesn't require that, but I'll do that in the future for you, okay? I appreciate your condolence. Just a little history. I don't live in West Covina, and this is probably the friendliest council meeting I've been at. After you go to Baldwin Park, you'll never go back there. You'll be here, okay? I've been to Baldwin Park. My name is Greg Tuttle. I have fought redevelopment for 6 years. I have seen the cities been bought out by redevelopers by Bisno. I've seen Bisno go belly up. I've seen Bisno give $5,000 to council members. Oh, we won't vote for you, we'll just vote for our conscience. On this project, I read it in the papers how I saw it. And I wasn't going to speak on it, and then I decided, I want to give some input here. First of all, the gentleman that just spoke very eloquently, $700,000, that's chump change. I can't believe that you would sell off a piece of property, 2.7 acres, for $700,000. I know you have a piece of property behind Walmart that's close to $1 million you paid for. And you're dumping the city property for that? That's not been bidded properly. I think that the thing of let's build it, they will come, that doesn't happen, that's only in the movies, okay? It's not in real life. We need to also understand that medical doctors, my brother's a medical doctor, they do not, at this time, want to be spending money on condos and setting up practices and changing at this time with the recession time. There's no guarantee anybody's going to come. UCLA doctors, you think they're going to come over here and be a podiatrist? I don't think so. As far as the building here in this part of the town, in the city land and property, that is like a sore thumb sticking out. If you're going to put a building, which you already have all these empty buildings, put it in a vacant lot somewhere and let it go there. But you're not getting any tax revenue from this building because you're not going to generate sales tax. All they're going to do is generate property tax. Think of the business end of it. You need money, and you're getting a one-time shot in the arm. It isn't going to take care of your issue. What we need to think of is that you go in and you do something that's long-term, sales tax revenue. Then you talk property revenue. Now, In the Baldwin Park revenue with developers, they were wanting 5,000 condos. Well, that was going to basically cleanse out the whole city. Well, it would have brought in the revenue, but nobody could afford a $500,000 condo at that time. Same here with these things here with these medical condos. They're not realistic. And as people have stated here, you have tons of empty buildings. You have vacant lots over here. This town has struggled just like every other town, and it needs to think on the smart level of a business side and make sure that you come together and you make it long-term, not for the short fix, 2 years till you go run for election again, and then you come up with a bunch of promises that never happen. So, to me, building this building here is the worst thing that you could do for these citizens here. And I just wanted to state my opinion of the way developers come into a city, and they come in here and they woo all the council members with their whining, dining, and I heard your 460 forms, which I'm very good at getting all those kind of forms, which Mr. Toohey knows about, that I have a garage full of information on the whole city of Baldwin Park. I know its history. And I just want to say that I really did enjoy the council meeting tonight, even though it was long, but you people are enjoyable to be and talk to. And I just think that you're smarter than what we got over there, and you're going to make the right decision for these people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just the one clarification, the property being sold is 28,000 square feet. It's 6/10 of an acre. It's not 2.7 acres. It's $25 a square foot. Just so the public is aware of that. I know Greg said that. Sorry,
That's okay.
Lloyd.
No problem. Mayor Terry, council members, tonight I'm here to ask you to turn this project down. That is the right thing to do. This project will destroy our beautiful civic center and open green space. The council says they really care about our open green space. That is what you said in the past about the Ridge Riders and its open green space. Or is that part of town more important? Now is the time to show that you really mean what you've been saying. I know this council knows how the West Covina residents feel about this property. We said back in 2005 we didn't want this property sold and built on. We are telling you again we don't want this property sold and built on. What kind of legacy does this council want to leave? Mayor Turi, Councilmember Herford, Councilmember Lane, and Councilmember Sanderson, you have done a lot of great things for our city. If you okay this project, you alone will destroy our beautiful civic center and open green space, and that's what we will remember you for. How can you justify okaying this project to the residents of West Covina? The residents who really care about this beautiful civic center will never forget the choice you made if you okay this project. The $183,000 that's been said we will get in tax money was wishful thinking. It's closer to $24,000. It's already been proven you don't have to raise thousands and thousands of dollars to get elected to our council. All you need is the right message. If this council okays this project, the message to our West Covina residents in 2013 will be that this council really doesn't listen to or care what the residents care about. You see, I know you really do care what we think. This council alone, I say again, this council alone can either save our beautiful civic center and open green space or destroy it. No one else takes the credit or the blame. It's up to you. Back in 2005, this council stood behind the residents when they said they didn't want this property sold. Then when the residents said they didn't want a Walmart, this council stood behind them no matter how much tax dollars would have come into our city. Then this council stood behind the residents when they said they didn't want overnight parking. So please, we're asking you to stand with us and not against us and save our beautiful civic center and open green space. Now I have a couple notes here. Some people wanted me to ask. First, I would like to know which council members already told this contractor her project would pass. On her webpage, she says completion date, June 2012. Someone must have given her the green light that this is why she posted it. If you go to her webpage, you'll see it. It says it right on there. Now, somebody's saying because of what happened in the courts with the redevelopment agency, we're not getting as much money from the property in taxes. The truth is, we were never getting that inflated amount of money. Next, I would like to know why this contractor was allowed to advertise for free on this property for all this time. It seems to me that this was a gift of public funds. And saying there will be 180 new jobs is a laugh. The medical jobs will come with any doctor who ever buys one of these condos. These aren't new jobs. And the 118 construction jobs are only until the job is over. Then they're gone. The workers work for the construction company and not from West Covina. I know because I worked in construction for over 20 years. You see, we know why the city staff wants to sell this property. They are thinking about their jobs, not our city. This isn't their city, it's ours. This council works for us and not the city, and we say no. I do believe the CDC doesn't understand what the meaning of civic center means. It means government and public buildings, not medical buildings, so it doesn't fit with the rest of the center. And about the trees, they have been here for a very long time without falling down, even with the very strong winds we just had. They're not in any danger of falling down. It's not just destroying trees, it's destroying our open green space. Please turn this project down and stand with the voters of West Covina. Last, I would hope that this council would adjourn in the name of June Lakeman. She passed away December 25th of last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. We had two speakers, neutral, Rich Lopez and Chris Brown. Are you Rich? Thank you. And Christopher Brown is next. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm a resident of West Covina. I am the fifth of 6 kids. All of 6 of us are college educated. 4 of the 6, including myself, graduated from UC Berkeley. I studied economics. I'm not here to talk about the trees. I'm here to talk about the project and whether or not this project yields organic long-term growth. I'm not sure it does, and I'm not sure everyone on this council has really thought about this. One of my biggest gripes about politics is, well, many, but 2 are, 2 for today are the lack of foresight and transparency. A one-time payment of $700,000 plus is extremely short-sighted. I am neutral on this project simply because I don't know a whole lot about it. I trust that you, as our servants of the city, which you are, do your due diligence, do right by the residents by ensuring that all bids have been considered, have been transparent to anyone who's asked for them, who bid on these, which contractors, developers put the bids in, what amount, what dollar amount. I am neutral on this project simply because I don't think this project will ultimately benefit the residents of West Covina. The residents of West Covina deserve better. I seriously hope the council takes what everyone here said, especially those who are opposed it, into serious consideration, especially considering the shortfall that the city is currently facing. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think about $45 million. We're on the verge or the cusp of possibly filing for bankruptcy. You tell me that? This is a failed leadership. For the exception of Mr. Sykes, who just joined the city council, at the bare minimum, why haven't the rest of you resigned your positions? $45 million is unacceptable. You can laugh, Mr. Herford. $45 million is unacceptable. You will be held accountable. The residents of West Covina deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Chris Brown. I'm a senior environmental planner with Hogle, Ireland, and I was part of the team that prepared the initial study for the project. I've been asked to summarize the findings of the initial study briefly. The environmental analysis found that no significant impacts would occur with mitigation incorporated. The project will replace the trees 1-to-1 and include additional trees as well. In addition, the proposed 15.34% landscape coverage is in excess of the 8% required by city code. The environmental analysis found no conflicts with the city's general plan, including the land use element and the economic development element. The project traffic study found that minor improvements to the westbound on-ramp at Interstate 10 would mitigate any potential traffic impacts, and found that adequate parking will be provided, with parking demand estimated at 177 spaces and 218 spaces provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The developer has a right to rebut anything that was said in opposition. Only the developer has that right. Are you interested in just making sure you can only speak to the items that were raised? You cannot introduce new evidence at this time. No problem. Let me get hold on one second. I shall now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing and ask for council discussion. Is there any clarifications council first has of staff? Any questions that they need to be? Okay, does anyone want to start with council discussion? Councilwoman Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, the last speaker had said we have a $45 million deficit. Mr. City Manager, would you briefly comment on that, just for clarification purposes?
We adopted the current year's budget with a approximately $1.9 million deficit. It's 1.9. I did point out earlier today that we do have some concerns relative to the actions that have occurred on redevelopment, because that does directly impact the city, and that has the potential of removing about $21 million out of our reserves. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted that answered prior to addressing the residents that are here, and thank you all for being here this late. I know this is an important issue to many, but let me tell you from my seat, I take my job extremely seriously. I do not believe that this very council has mismanaged your tax dollars. If that is the case, then we need to go talk to all the surrounding cities and see why they're mismanaging their budgets as well. If you dig really deep and find out what's going on, we are being hit with some big problems from the state, and we are working to address those. And let me continue by saying I thank, from the bottom of my heart, those of you that got up here and spoke to this council in a respectful and professional way. I want to hear from the people that I serve, both pro and con. And it means a lot to me when people are professional and kind, and not accusatory, and not assume anything of me. It was interesting, I do write down as everybody speaks, and I took the in favor, and I wrote how many people spoke, and I took the in opposition and how many people spoke. There were 48 in favor, 38 stated they were residents, and there was 36 in opposition, actually 37, and one stated they were not a resident. So I think we should give credibility to both sides of this issue, where people did come out to speak in favor and in opposition, and I need to take that into consideration. When we talk about the schools and how they're doing some improvements, let me tell you, the Covina Valley School District, which I live in, we have two separate taxes I have to pay for so many years, Measure K and I believe Measure A, that were just recently voted in. I don't want to go there as a council person and say, people, you need to pay a tax to pay for your police and fire, because police and fire, I believe, is like 80% of our budget. If we shut down everything in City Hall and closed every park, we still would have a problem because of PERS and the things that are happening in that realm. So we do need to look at our projects very seriously. Saying that, and I heard another word, transparency. That's why we're all here tonight. I think this council, we try and do everything by the book. We have a city attorney, city managers, we have professional staff that guide us to make sure that we are getting to the people. I know notices went out to some people, and I had neighbors contact me and say, I had this nasty, terrible letter about you, and nobody even asked me where I stood on the issue. Originally, this area, I wanted a performing arts center. I thought that would be something that would really work here. However, I understand with the economy, that's not going to happen. Maybe right now, not right now. So it makes it difficult for me tonight because that's more what I was looking at. And that's just kind of where I am tonight, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of the council and seeing, you know, where we're going to go from here. So again, thank you, everybody, for being here at this late hour.
No problem. Is there any other council member for Ed Sykes?
First of all, the hour is late, and thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. All of you who have been around since 2006, when I first came to this council, it was about open green space. It was about taxpayers who've paid taxes, and we were about to lose the benefit of what we paid for. And tonight, we find ourselves facing a similar situation. We know we need funds, but as was stated very eloquently by a number of people, we need to do it in an intelligent fashion. We need to respond to this in an intelligent fashion. And for this city to go forward collectively, we need more participation like we have tonight. We have to look at all our options, and we have to consider them carefully in going forward. We may have to tax ourselves, and we may have to sell spaces. But we know that from the voices that were heard tonight, most everyone here supports the development. It's just the wrong location. We know we could possibly use new, fresh business areas to attract people. But the residents have said, not at that location. It does not fit the original plan that people sacrificed and put together from the 1960s. And it doesn't fit today. This is a public facility. It should remain that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Herford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to say thank you to those that respectfully came up to the podium and spoke. At a public hearing like this, I try and feather out the political will of some people versus what is the reality and what the issues are. And so I think we heard both sides tonight. I think this issue is no different than other issues in this city. It's just the city's in a different position than it's ever been in. And I alluded to it earlier, and Mr. Sykes alluded to it too. You're going to see over the next 3 months that you're going to have choices that will have to be made by this council or by you as voters that are not going to be palatable to any of us. We've been dealt a huge blow by the state of California. Jerry Brown and his redevelopment law, unless it's overturned, will basically, and somebody said it, have us face bankruptcy. I mean, we're at $8.6 million deficit next year, and we have $6 million in reserve. We were at 3.8. That was manageable. So I carry many hats. I have to sit here. I have a police and fire department that are city-owned. The only ones in the state of California, our size city in that realm, where we don't have a utility tax, an assessment, anything that funds that. It's funded by the general fund, our property tax, our sales tax. And this council, and that's a little bit where I take some onus with the criticism, we were awarded the most business-friendly city last year in Los Angeles County. That's an award that we went up against Carson, Glendale, Burbank, a lot of cities. And you don't get to be that business-friendly city unless you have low taxes. You have an economic engine. We opened 39 new businesses last year. That's the most of any city around here. So this council takes its job seriously, and we wear many hats. So tonight, we're faced with a choice. Okay, we've worked on this project since 1995, as I said earlier. In 2007, I voted against this project because it was a 150,000 square foot building. It had underground parking, pretty much the same layout. I think we had 3 or 4 speakers that were in opposition at the time. And I voted, and I think the 4 of us, all 4 voted, to be real honest, the 4 of us voted against it, and Roger Hernandez was on the council, voted for it. So that was a weird twist. But the reason why we voted for it was we said it was too big. And like I said, there was 3 or 4 people that spoke on it. This concept came about, I guess, a couple of years ago, and the developer approached the city. It's been an open process as much as it can be. You may not like the sign there, but everybody knew what was going to go on there, or what was, we were looking at a proposal at least. So for me to deal with unions, the economics of the city, the future that I know that's coming, to turn down revenue and a building that's going to bring in jobs, going to bring in patrons to our restaurant. We wouldn't have Lazy Dog Restaurant if we didn't have the people that were here during the lunch hour. Andy McIntyre, the developer, said it precisely. That's the engine that brings business to the city. Westfield had a tremendously successful year this year, especially the Christmas season, and they're going to be building more restaurants. And we built more restaurants over at Eastland, and there's going to be more development go on there, and there's going to be spin-offs that are going to bring in more people to the city, and that's always been our bread and butter. But that revenue isn't enough anymore. We're going to be faced with some tough decisions. So if I oppose this tonight, and I go to my unions and I say, okay, police, I want you to pay your PERS, which is 9% of their salary, and they say, well, wait a minute, Mr. Herford, why did you turn down $800,000? That was something that, we need in this city. If you're showing me the message that we don't have a fiscal problem, then I'm not going to give you any concessions. That's one way to look at it. Another way is to look at the good things that we have in this city and how we continue to do those things, and so much of it comes from spin-off revenue. Big League Dreams, people, they're the same crowd that I could go down the list here, many of them that were in opposition to Big League Dreams. Hated it, called it a black hole, said everything about it. That's one of the most successful projects in the history of West Covina. The Big League Dreams, the Home Depot, the Target, brings in over $1.5 million a year. That's spin-off revenue from Big League Dreams. The hotels have increased. We had a brand new Marriott hotel open last year. So my job is not just one project. My job is how do I keep the fiduciary responsibility as a council member and keep this city functioning. I would love to pick and choose projects, based on whether there's a mound of trees or it's something that is in my taste different than other people's taste. But I can't do that. I have to look at the whole city. I have to look at the future. I don't sit up here, and I want to say one thing to Mrs. Arndt. Mrs. Arndt, I don't sit up here for myself. If the residents of the city of West Covina decide they want to recall me, that's up to them. That's a responsibility. The one thing I would ask you, though, is that you tell the truth. We would never demolish the library. You put that in 2 letters to me. If you're going to argue the point, and that's fine, that whatever way I vote on this project, you don't like it, please tell the truth. That's one thing in politics that frustrates me more than anything. I've been here, and I was here in 1991 when we had the McDonald's hearing on Barranca, where it was a drive-through restaurant, and we sat here till 3 in the morning with people crying at the podium saying that the fumes from the cars were going to kill them. And we passed that. It's been a successful project, and I always look back on that as one of the most difficult public hearings. But in reality, our city was better for that, and the project was successful. But I do ask, if you are going to do something, which is your prerogative, and the people of West Covina ultimately will decide what my future is, and I'm fine with that. I'm going to live in this city the rest of my life. I don't live and die on being on the city council. I try and make decisions that are in the best interests of everybody here. And I want everybody to understand in the next few months there are going to be some very, very difficult decisions. So this is the first one, and I've formulated an opinion, and I'll make a motion in a few minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lane.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. This is a really hard decision, and it's really tough, and it's tough sometimes to make the right decision when it's not politically, supported. But I look at this and I think all of you coming out tonight, it's very important. It shows that you have a lot of passion for the issue and community involvement, which is really healthy for our city. But as we all know, we're all still facing really tough economic times at the local, state, and federal levels. In particular, with the California State Supreme Court's ruling, it validated AB 126 and invalidated AB 127. In short, as you all know, as we all heard tonight, it eliminates our redevelopment agency as of February 1st, 2012. This has a rippling effect of catastrophic proportions for our city's budget and our financial well-being. For example, part of that fallout is a $21.5 million loan our city, many years ago, loaned the CDC. In loaning this money to the CDC, the city was receiving interest income each year of approximately $2.3 million. That interest income, it goes to our general fund to pay towards our public safety and other employment positions and various services. Unfortunately, we may no longer have this income. Thereby, it's placing our city in imminent financial distress. As I look at this project, I unfortunately don't have the liberty of looking at it in a vacuum. I have to take into account this project and how it affects the entire city. I have a fiscal responsibility to all 115,000 residents of West Covina to provide vital services such as police and fire and other services to our community. As times are extremely difficult for our residents to make ends meet, it's my preference to find ways to increase revenue versus placing more stress on individuals by raising taxes. I don't think people can take it. I'm against raising taxes. Therefore, we need to increase our revenue through new business and additional employment opportunities. This project provides many benefits to our community. First and foremost, this project will provide $700,000 of additional capital into the city coffers, as well as annual property tax revenue and approximately $140,000 in permitting and entitlement fees. This project will create approximately 180 permanent employment opportunities, as well as 114 construction jobs for our residents. Not to mention the ancillary spin-off revenues of people visiting our city and using our facilities, shopping in our stores, getting gas, and everything else. I know many of you are concerned with the trees, as well as I am. However, the development is replacing all the trees and providing additional trees. Excuse me, I'm talking, so if I could finish, because I was polite enough and listened to all of you, so if I could please finish talking, I appreciate it. However, the developer is replacing all the trees and is providing additional trees for our civic center and our parks. They're removing 133 trees and replacing them with 200 trees. This project, as stated in our staff report, adheres to the general plan from 1986 and can serve as a gateway to our civic center and the city via the freeway corridor. I'd also like to point out, I believe this project's beneficial to our community and our county library as it provides a dedicated parking for library patrons. And the county is in favor of this new parking area, and they are the ones that requested a library parking validation system, not the city. Sometimes it's hard, like I said before, to sit up here and make these decisions when it's not politically popular. But unfortunately, I'm tasked with a fiduciary responsibility once again because I sit up here, so I have to make this tough decision, which I feel in my heart, and I am torn, believe you me. I would love to just say no, but I have to look at the financial aspects of this as well for our city. Therefore, I'm in favor of the project and approving this appeal.
Thank you. Are you making any more comments? Okay, no problem. This is a very difficult process to go through, and like I said, I've gotten a lot of emails and letters. Some were asking general questions, some were threatening. That is a different environment, and I know we have some of the people back from the day, and since Ray Hernandez is here, you know, there's a lot of times you make decisions, just like BKK, where it was popular to keep the revenue coming in and let the area get crushed. And a lot of these same people and other people of that time who approved that strictly looked at one side, and we had to make a decision back then for what was right over what is popular. It's not always easy to have people agree with you on certain items. Sometimes they're very sensitive. That was one of those ones that are very unique. I just want to clear up the record because Joaquin Castaneda made some comments. Dynamic Investment, which was one of the original proposers here, was given an exclusive negotiation agreement June 15th of 2004. That was Wong, Sanderson, Miller, Hereford, and Hernandez who approved that. They were given an extension on October 18th of 2005. That was Wong, Sanderson, Miller, Hereford, and Hernandez. When it got to the City Council, okay, they first approved the ENA. There was a change in the election. It was denied at the City Council. That was 153 times the size of the current building in the same footprint, but it was going down 4 floors. It was denied in the City Council, and these are all dates. I'm giving you the dates so you can check for yourself, because some people shake their head and disagree like it's not truthful. Look for yourself. February 21st of 2006, Hereford, Lane, Sanderson, and Toohey voted to deny the project. Hernandez voted against denying it and wanted to continue working with Dynamic Investment. That's a matter of public record. In 2007, we were working with Main and Main, which was the developer of P.F. Chang's and another restaurant. This council voted in favor to sell the land. That was a 4-1 vote, which that property is directly in front of City Hall along Garvey Avenue. That was Toohey, Lane, Hereford, and Sanderson. Hernandez only disagreed with selling the land. He wanted to only lease the land. He wasn't against the project. Again, that's public record, March 6th, 2007. I just go over some of these because no matter what we do, we're in the situation where people agree and disagree on different projects, and they don't look at the overall impact. Foothill Transit, we got beat up, this council, for not approving the park and ride at Vincent and Lakes. It was removing 48 trees, but a lot of these people, some of these people were here supporting it, okay, to remove the trees. And I know some people have argued this is not this about the trees. I've heard that about the trees. Commissioner Fred Sykes voted in favor of taking down the trees, and Mike Miller spoke in favor of the project as a Chamber of Commerce representative at that site. McIntyre, whether you agree or disagree with the project, he was moving 30 trees. He got the, I can't say the word politically correct, but the snot kicked out of him for removing the 30 trees. And he replanted 60-plus trees in its place, putting some major ones there. Those tree removals were actually, the Planning Commissioner, it was a unanimous decision at the Planning Commission to remove those trees. Whether Joaquin says that what the State Assembly is going to do or not, the City of Baldwin Park, and as Greg Tuttle can look, from 605 Freeway to Puente Avenue has had every tree removed along the freeway. Caltrans is removing every tree, and if they can save our trees, as the Assembly member rep said, I wish they would have said the same thing to the City of Baldwin Park. That is not the correct statement. Caltrans already said they're removing every tree in our city and every landscaping in our city along the freeway. 148 trees are being removed along the freeway corridor. That's separate from the development, that they have to build handicap sidewalks on the southern side of Garvey Avenue, which is where this project is, as required by ADA. They lost a $2 billion lawsuit over the next 20 years. They have to do ADA modifications for sidewalks, and part of that is digging into the hill and having to build a retaining wall in this particular area so they can have the slope that is required for a handicap accessible path along the southern portion of Garvey Avenue, which is in this area. We've been looking at relocate Foothill Transit's project to Westfield, and again, we're trying to do that because everyone said they wanted a park and ride. But what happens to us in every situation is that's going to result in the removal of around 60 trees. Then you get in this argument, why are you covering? That is city-owned property. Every parking structure over there, well, we own every parking structure almost in West Covina. We did until the state seized all the assets with redevelopment. They now own all the parking structures. But that was land, that was where a parking structure is being built, and to build a parking structure to go up 3 stories, you need to level all the trees. They don't grow too well underneath the parking structure. I'm saying we are dealt these things, and no matter what you do sometimes, things always are not popular. Things look at them differently. It was mentioned about the arm for the parking lot at the library. That was a direct request of the County of Los Angeles. Okay, we have it in writing. Now, I understand people, the Friends of the Library, have wanted to disagree with that somewhat, but that is what they told us. They prefer to have restricted parking to protect their library patrons. That's almost a direct quote. And also, I forgot to mention, when we did deny the Henry Melendez project, the 150,000 square foot building, in fairness, I want to make sure Irene Fleck and Beverly did come and speak that day, along with Joanne Wilner. They were at that meeting and spoke. Tyra Mason said she supported the project overall, but she'd like to see a performing arts center there, and John Shupin supported it. Everyone just wanted to make sure parking was addressed, and those were the comments of both Irene and Beverly at that, and Beverly at that February 21st meeting. A lot of the things that are being done over there at that site, and I make sure I'm not saying the county is like happy whatever it's being done. I don't want to mislead them. What we're doing, we had to get their approval for some of the different things, and that was one of the things they wanted to do. I know someone mentioned the health department. The library complained to us that their parking's being used, no different with what happened and what triggered all the parking issues here at the City Hall Civic Center. The courthouse was paying for parking, and they said they weren't being able to use it. The park and ride people were taking their parking spaces. That's why we went to that system. We have those letters on file where the county complained that their parking that they pay for their jurists and their court employees to use were being taken by park and ride people. The park and ride people came and complained that they should have a right to park wherever they want, and they're taking the library parking and everywhere else. It's a no-win situation. Some of you mentioned the empty bank building on the corner of the Kmart site. Contrary to what's been said, that is a MRI imaging center, and it will start construction. It was at the same meeting that you guys were at last time, and it's being built by Dr. Apsawala, one of the chief surgeons at Queen of the Valley Hospital. Almost every building that's been sold on the south side of West Covina Parkway has been sold to a medical use. I know someone mentioned the West Covina Medical Group. They left their office building so they could buy their own building and own it. That is what they did. They bought their medical group and they bought the West Cove Theater. They leveled the West Cove Theater, if you remember that is, and used it for parking for the West Covina Medical Group. What we have here, I believe we disagree on, is we're having a push by doctors wanting to own. I understand there's a lot of rental property available in the market. Just because there's an apartment and you're looking for a home to buy, you can't just say, well, there's an apartment out there, why don't you just move into it? Some people want pride of ownership and want to buy, and that shouldn't be a detriment, and it is being done. The ones on Valley Nogales sold very well. We are having a problem in our city, whether everyone wants to agree or not, that's fine, and I'm okay with that, is a lot of the buildings we have are older buildings, and they don't meet the current technology. And when you talk about bandwidth, a lot of them are done, the MRIs are now done digitally and sent digitally. They're not done on the old-fashioned thing and you carry your x-rays everywhere. It's transmitted digitally. A lot of these buildings don't have the capabilities technology-wise to support it, or electricity-wise. We're having a problem all over, even at the brand-new McIntyre Center. The one restaurant currently being built had to change their electrical outlet because modern-day restaurants cannot use a 200-amp box. They needed a 400-amp box there. And that's happening throughout a lot of our different places, a lot of our different buildings. The electricity, the quality, the x-rays, when you do MRIs, you need a whole different type. To meet OSHA, you need different standards within those buildings, and it's causing problems. I think this is good for the city. I understand everyone's concerns. The 100 and whatever jobs they have there, it will generate $10 million in income for the people, which they can spend on. And I know we had Herman Castillo here, Homer Castillo, and I know he didn't close his restaurant because his business was doing so well. And it's very sad, but I will support this project tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolutions 1 through 5.
I'll second it.
Moved and second. Hold on one second. Can I have a roll call vote?
On the resolutions for a roll call vote, Herford?
Aye.
Lane?
Aye.
Sanderson?
No.
Sykes?
No.
Tui?
Aye. And now do we have a motion for number 6?
Make a motion to introduce ordinance number 6.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
For the ordinance approving the zone change number 11-01, Herford?
Aye.
Lane?
Aye.
Sanderson?
No.
Sykes?
No.
Tui?
Aye. And item number 3.
Make a motion to approve item number 3.
Second?
Moved and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No. Okay. That's the last item on the agenda. I'm trying to find my
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a motion
adjournment
to
meetings.
adjourn in
I
memory.
have
Do you have some too?
I did. I'm trying to.
We start with June Blakely. Blakely, she, longtime resident of West Covina, went to school with her kids, developed lung cancer. I saw her a couple days before Christmas, and she was hanging in there, and I was hoping she was going to pull through. It's the first tonight that I had heard about her passing away, so I'd like to adjourn in her memory.
Is there any other adjournments? If we have one adjournment, Julio Amaya, father of West Covina Public Works employee, Norma Duna, and Dinacio Bogadia, father of El Monte City Manager Renee. Renee's a former resident of West Covina. Very unfortunate to lose both of them, and the condolences for June. We can send our thoughts and prayers out to those families and during our meeting in memory of them tonight. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.